All right, we're in. Mic check. 1, 2. Two Legit City on the mic. We're back on the guided playthrough, boys. The first Mamba. Y'all know what it is. So we're going to be guiding the way through the Relica playthrough. Hopefully helping out the newer players. People that are looking to do well on the Relica map. And for the most part, we are on cycle 50. We're going to be looking to get Carnivore done today. Along with that, we're going to be setting up our SPOM setup. And then teching up, going through the games, making sure everything's all good. Let's do some sweepage so no one's idle. No one's researching right now. We should probably get that started. So at this point, we have everything we need. So we're just going to start grabbing extra tech. So I'm going to grab polypress. We're going to eventually need that to make the amber resin that we're going to need to make plastic that you get from the lure plants. Now, for the most part, this is effectively done. We randomly got the oxygen on there. Nice. Looks like the little mosquito died. Feels bad. And then we have a drop lock here and a CO2 pump to kind of remove the CO2 so we could deal with it. And for the most part, everything's looking pretty good. We have no real problems. We have too much food. It's a good problem to have. To the point where we've stopped making veggie poppers. So right now, cycle 50, just to do quick recap. We are at 67,000 calories for a carnivore. That means we need about, 333. It's not bad. It's not bad. That's just 10 lums. And then, 1 paku. So for the most part, we got 2 lums right here we could eat. There's a couple of eggs inside that we're incubating. Let's continue that. We have a power off of the peat gens. It's doing all right. Our rad bolts are not on right now because we already are at full charge. We did use a little bit of glass to make an emulsifier, but we're not going to be utilizing that until after we're done carnivore. And then 2 bedrooms. You're still using outhouses. We have the CO2 food storage for the first stage of food preservation. You see that sterile atmosphere that we have. So we want to do that. All right, try to make sure we hug the eggs. Not bad, not bad. So we will want to wrangle one of these guys to get him into here. Oh no, he's already good. They were overlapped. I didn't even realize that. We have 3 eggs, 5, 6, 11, 13. And then we already ate 2 lums, so we're already ahead. Every egg at this point is effectively just going to be more food. I'm sorry, buddy. You're going to have to go, though. We're going to take out one of the lums, start making some more brisket. And then we're going to get to consuming some of the meat for carnivore. Got to do what you got to do. We're also making sea comb. We have a small little sea comb area right here. All you got to do is get your pea dirt, put it in, and then you get some sea comb. So we're going to eventually use this later on for making biodiesel. And we're going to be getting the bleach stone from the biome. There's a big vein right there, actually. So it's not too bad. And we're likely going to break through this because it's right next to our base. We're going to want the space. It's going to be the smart thing to do. There's also stuff up here that we might want to do in order to get to the blast shot maker as well. But there's just not a lot of bleach stone in here. So there's a good chance we probably use that up and still don't have enough. There's also the salt biome with a little bit of bleach stone. For the most part, though, the magma channels that we got was not a big problem. Everything's working pretty well. We are avoiding the second planet until after cycle 100. If you guys are playing this with the play along and you guys want to go through, check it out, you guys very much can. There's a frozen friend and a teleport to return back. So you could take the teleport to return back, but then it has a cooldown timer. So that means if you release the frozen friend, only one of them could return. And then the second one has to wait 5 cycles. There is a little bit of food there too, so you have them like start working on that area as well. Digging, setting up like toilets, you know, day one stuff. For the most part though, everything is going pretty well. Smoker's running. Got the brisket, can't be mad. Tough meat, so both of them are in. Got the meal hall, room overlay looking at this right now. We have a great hall, 2 barracks, latrine, and a lab. We also got the second barracks on the side, and then the lum ranches. We have our natural setup for the egg ranching, and then we got our infinite storage already set up. So everything's looking pretty good. Everything's looking pretty good. Alright, so I never actually got the pipe here, even though I should. This should connect, and then we need to start doing the pipeline connections inside. Do it like that. And then we'll have to do a way to get the water in. So we're gonna get it from here, right? That makes sense. Another thing is that we could have the pipe not insulated here. It doesn't really matter. So that probably means, yeah, I get this tile there too. This comes from below. That makes a lot of sense. So I will want to get started with the radiant piping inside. If you guys don't have enough, you guys might want to rock crush a little more. I got to turn this off, right? So we're going to do another thing of 25. We'll get about, you know, 1 ton. Is it 25 times 50? 250, yeah, 1.25. It's not bad. No liquid lock yet until we finish the build inside. And then we could start adding our liquids today right here. We'll talk about this SPOM design, so if you guys want to, you know, get that set up, we'll talk about this today and what you need to do. This guy's not eating. Oh, are we, they're eating the sweat corn. It should be fine. There's a lot of food. And the veggie poppers. So that likely means that we're getting starvation despite having calories. That's probably a schedule not being long enough. We're going to give them another hour. That's going to improve their morale +1, which is also an easy way to manage their morale early on. The downtime. And if you do give long downtimes, the main thing you should do is probably start splitting schedules. Because if you have a long downtime, you don't want that period of nothing being done. It's probably a good idea to start staggering the schedules. Easy way to do it is just copy it, right? Right here. And then just move it out. Something like that. A little bit of work time in between. And then make sure that if you do have the downtime bedtime in the light or nighttime, make sure your early birds and night owls are not in that schedule. We also turned off the alarm so it doesn't have a pop-up on the left side. Otherwise, though, it's nice. Nice, nice. When are we going to get the next eggs? 86, 87, 86, 79. Not bad. Yeah, we have a glum lum right now. Feels bad. He needs to get brushed soon. And there's a lot of CO2 in here for no reason. Oh yeah, I wanted to add another mimica. So that the lure plants would be okay. I was thinking about adding potentially another one for more plastic. There's a lot of sweat corn there. It's also not being utilized. Can't really do much about that though. Polluted water at 100 kgs. We should actually mop this. If I can, if there's anything. No, we'll probably leave the stuff there. So we have 50 tons of algae. We're not worried about oxygen at all. So we can take our time with this. And then the entomb is up top. Okay. At this point in the game, we're really just trying to make sure we have Carnivore getting done. If you guys weren't playing at the same pace as I am, you guys are probably going to want to play catch up at this point. Make sure you guys have everything that we have. Getting the tech up is also not a bad idea. And for the most part, paying attention to the resources is also going to be pretty good. Peat's going to be fuel, also going to be what we use for a lot of stuff like the smoker and the sweat corn, right? 10 kgs per cycle. So if you guys don't have enough, might want to start digging. We've also got started with a little bit of the CO2 at the bottom of the map. Gas overlay. You could see that the CO2 used to be up here actually, where the diffuser is. Now that we're pumping and also generating more oxygen, we're going to be trying to push down the CO2 pocket. We actually had to do a drop block right here with a drop of oil. We got this oil from the spot right here. The teleporter seems to have a little bit of oil, and we just utilize that. So that's going to be what we're doing for that. I'm probably going to be doing this. And we're just going to be digging down to create a little bit of space. That way the CO2 has more space to accumulate. More CO2 at the bottom means we could pump easier. Instead of getting these weird packet size, which is going to make me pull that power on that. On this, we might actually want to do this today. I do want to make sure that this water falls down. So we could open this up, not a big deal. I don't want to dig that though. And instead, we will do that from the bottom half. We could jump here to do this too. Ooh, all that food poisoning. So this geyser does have food poisoning. And this is our water source, right? Also our coolant source. The good news about this is that food poisoning doesn't matter when you're making oxygen with that water. If you guys didn't know, food poisoning naturally dies off in gas. Right? So that means if you do get the food poisoning on the oxygen, it's gonna just slowly just die off. And you actually can't get the food poisoning disease on your duplicants if they breathe in food poisoning oxygen. Food poisoning specifically comes from eating food that has the germs. And then even then, right, you have a percentage chance. Where is it? Right here. It's not always going to happen. 27% of the time it does, though. So, of course, this is going to be a good time to play catch-up. There's not much we really need to do. We no longer have the wheel being running, and we're using the peat gens. Make sure that if you guys are using a lot of power, to make sure you have enough peat, because this is tied to your food, right? So that's going to be a big thing. If you guys are running low on peat, you might want to add a couple more lum ranches, because at that point you wouldn't be using them for food, but for the resource. And since these overgrowth nodes take forever, you're likely going to want to make sure that you have enough time in order to grow the plants. Might even be a good idea to just have this setup ready so that you could add lums when you want to. And you could also feed them with a feeder too. It's not a bad idea. Now, we've gotten the geyser we wanted. I'm thinking about potentially going here. Oh no, it's still kind of hot, huh? I guess we could try to get some ice. Try to cool this down. What we would really do is like dig a lot of it and put the ice close by to try to lower the temperature, because we need to get that below 69. We're at 11 dupes. We don't need to get more, so we're just gonna grab the gold. I'm also gonna sweep the first floor, get rid of some of the stuff. So right now we're just doing some sweeping. Everything is very straightforward. We discovered pretty much everything on the map. Yeah, so this is the actual core, the bottom of the map. And then once you go past that, there's nothing on the tooltip. So this is the very bottom neutronium. So we've basically gotten everything. There is some good things where we could find the betas to start producing uranium. I might actually want to do that today. The only problem that might suck is that we might have to go through this way to do that. Makes a lot of sense because we have the drop block. And then the CO2 here would keep going down if we were to dig down this way, which kind of sucks. So maybe we do that. I probably want to do it through here. And then maybe do something like this. It is going to be through all the obsidian, which is fine. And then from there, we are going to go here. We're going to be doing what's known as S-shaped digging. And that's going to be the easy strat, very common. Salt water. So once we get to here, we should reveal pretty much everything on the bottom right. Getting to here isn't that bad. We could probably do that real soon. Just open this up, dig in a little bit. We could also just go straight in. Maybe at the bottom makes more sense. That way we don't run into the sand. We could also potentially go down this way. That also makes a good amount of sense. Dig that. 3, 3, 3. And we just do it like that. So we have a dig command here so that after we do this, they will actually walk over to here and try to dig this. And that's going to reveal everything. But yeah, everything's looking pretty good so far. There are story traits. If you guys want to interact with it, you guys can. We're going to wait on them. And we might do a couple just because we might have a lot of spare time. All right, did we get the brisket? We did, 16,000. We're making the second one. Nice. So this is going to be 8 days. We're going to remove sweat corn from being eaten. That way they have to eat the brisket, right? We want to force them to eat this. Despite it being the best food type we have, sometimes the dupes, you know, they be duping. And they don't eat the food that you give them, man. They be like that sometimes. No storage avail. Oh, yeah. This is just filled with sweat corn. All right, we're just going to do that. We could also just put 2 fridges here. Because this is 200 kgs total. This is only 150. It's not really a big deal, though. We could leave it be. Geek, welcome in. I see you over there. We might want to upgrade the toilets today as well. I'm thinking about that. We got the mop done. All right, speed this up. Let this kind of do its thing. I guess I should allow this back. Lot of sweat corn, though. I just realized that this planet is very thin. Like, the left to right space is not that much. You have a lot of vertical space, though. The up-down space. Like, it kind of feels like it was built to get hit by the meteor. Like, they're planning to trim the top part of the map. You know what I'm saying, man? Kind of feels like it was fated to be like this. Yeah, this is Relica Miner. It's not the lab map, but it still feels like it, you know, it's a lot more vertically inclined. It's a little bit larger in terms of the vertical space for a spaced out start. I feel like you have this much extra. It feels like this much extra. Right here. That's actually... Is it 256Y? I think it is. No, it's less than that. It's like a 175. 150 to 170-ish is how wide it is. No, we're going to shoot it down. It's thinner, man. But it's also longer, I feel like. All right, we got to be hugging the eggs. Making the brisket. Oh, what? Out of power. You should have power. I can't check how long it is up, down. Like, I can't stretch the line and look at the number at the same time. Sandbox would not let you. There's nothing special about Sandbox that allows that. Lullaby, lullaby. The problem is that how you measure it is with the dig tool to count tiles. And there's no way to have your mouse at the bottom and you look at the center at the same time. And if you zoom out, the number is too small to actually read. Feels bad, man. Okay, this got done. We drained it out. Good stuff. We're gonna put the tile on where it should be. And it's gonna be time to get our liquid lock on this. You could, I guess, yeah. All right, so we are going to be trying to dig through a path to find a beta hive like that. Nice. And then we just want this to be active. As you can see, it has no content at the moment, but once you've discovered, the bees will get to work. We have uranium right there. There's no heat leak. Seems pretty good. So the more we find in terms of the betas and we let them work early, the more enriched uranium we're going to get later on. We got polypress. Nice. We do have radbolt tech, so we can start getting some radbolt stuff. But at the same time, we don't even have telescoping yet or suits. I don't think there's going to be... Oh, I might need this. The buffer filter gate for the aquatuner automation that we're going to need. I'll get that right now. There's a trap next to it. The trap takes a while to eat. It's fine. He will eat one beta that gets replaced the following day. It's fine. It's fine. Alright, just gonna be building out some more floors. At some point we'll need it. We don't have all the rooms that we want yet. Now, is there a critter we want to morph? That's the thing about the new DLCs. Each time they release a new DLC, we get a new set of critters that are totally unique to the DLC, and that makes sense. The problem is that we stopped getting variants. So stuff like Critter Flux is not that good as the time goes on, because you have less and less critters to interact with it. Like right now, we have no interaction with what we have. Oh no, I lied. The Paku is literally the only thing with a morph right now. Oh no, this guy, the Pokeshell. The two dudes we got. Feels bad, man. Did we have a puff in here at any point? Oh yeah, it's right here. Squeaky puff. Alright, there's 3 critters. But none of the new things, man, have a morph. It feels like that kind of sucks. I like the variants, man. I really did. Alright, look at the gas overflow. I am not dealing with the chlorine, the polluted oxygen at all. I really should. It's just that we have all the bottles right here. It makes me think it's not going to be worth it. Yeah, Psycho 500 takes a while. I guess we'll get there. But yeah, it takes a while, man. It's tough. I mean, it is what it is. Oh, this is no longer cold enough for the food to be deep freeze. Feels bad. Otherwise, we chilling right now, man. So you're saying there's a chance. Oh, someone got wrecked. God damn it. Cyberdyne, what are you doing? Dude, it's Cyberdyne again. This is the second time. My man Cyberdyne, man. Gets his head stuck, always. Okay, so it's very likely this is going to be the ladder we use to go in and out. You know what I think we do? We do a liquid lock here. With suits to leave. That way the cold biome, we have suits inside. I think that makes a lot of sense. So we are gonna ladder all the way up. Proper spacing. Let's look at that. 4 tiles, 4 tiles. 4 tiles there. 4 tiles there. And then we do that there. I do think that means, yeah, we do a weird feed in, but I think that works. Do you think it's possible to automate missile production at cycle 100, then get hands off the meteor? Get destroyed? Yeah, pretty easy. I'm cycle 54, and I think I got it. At this point, the only thing I need for biodiesel is just bleachstone. And I haven't been mass producing the metal from the rock crusher. I could have just set this on 99. Like, we have the metal ore. So it's like, we could get everything and get blast shots making at the moment. If we really wanted to. Like, if I just omit Carnivore, I would get it before 100. I think it's very feasible. Like, I don't even think you have to work that hard for it. All right, next thing we'll grab is going to be telescope. Might as well start looking at space. If you stare long enough, you could start figuring out the distance between the planets. Yep. Seems legit. Seems legit. But yeah, you don't need a lot of seacomb. We already got 1,800 kgs. We have at least 10 times 200. And then you only need 50 for the blast shots. So we have 10 times 4. That's 40. So we have 40 biodiesels worth of phyto oil already. And we're not really trying that hard. I guess you could also argue we got unlucky. There's only 2 seacomb seeds the entire map. And then we got 2 more from the farming. Like, there's no other seacomb on the map, dude. It's so jank. Because you would have more seacomb seeds, you'd be able to grow a lot more seacomb. And you would get more phyto oil as a result, right? I had 2 seeds. That's all I got. I think the biggest thing for like auto 100 challenge with this would be figuring out what you want to use for food. I feel like, hey man, sometimes they give you pea water too, and I had to drain it because the pea water was not the business. I'm gonna be real, man. That pea water was not the business. Get some salt water right there too. Ah, I could use this. as my liquid lock, and I wouldn't need the bottle emptier. That's kind of funny. I guess that was what Geek was talking about, y'all. He was like, look, there's brine. You just use that for your liquid lock. Okay, man. The game loves me right now. Dude, look at that. We have cold abyssalite in the magma. All the teleporters right there. Wait, what's this? Oh, this is hot chlorine. Oh, doo-doo. With the bees. That's the last geyser we haven't found yet. Okay. 2 hot polluted oxygen, polluted water, salt water, hot chlorine, cold chlorine. And that's basically my map. Yep, that's all the geysers on the list. This is... I feel like, man, there's not a lot of geysers on this map. They gave you just what you need to live, and then that was it. Alright, we gotta do the incubation again. We still have brisket. We got 3,000 calories. That's not bad. It's gonna take time for this guy to cook, so I'll take him out right now. Making sure we get the peat. These aren't on. It's really just a research being the power consumer right now. Alright, because we can, I'm thinking I might want to put a res here and just pump up the water. And then we won't have to use power in the long term. And then we could start bottle draining into it. Nah, I think this is fine. Alright, lullabies are good. Alright, everything's pretty calm right now. Can't complain. We're going to be making more brisket. They're sweeping. Let's talk about the SPOM. You guys might be... Okay, so we're going to be talking about the SPOM design. We're going to be building a 4 electrolyzer SPOM. We're going to be doing an early game cooling system. My patented design, the Aquatuner drop lock. And what we're going to do is basically talk about what you need to do to have this work well. So there's going to be a cooling system. This is predicated by the fact that we have this geyser, the polluted water vent, and it's coming in at 30 degrees. Now, of course, this is going to be for the Relica map playthrough. If you guys have a slush geyser, it also works, kind of. The way we do it, we're going to sieve this first. So if you do have cold slush, you guys are going to have to warm it up first. Because of the fact that we're going to be using the liquid that doesn't off-gas. We're going to try to utilize a vacuum in part of this design. Now, of course, let's talk about the SPOM first. So we're going to be doing this repeating design. You guys could see this. In reality, though, it's going to be these. We're going to have a pump where the bottle emptier is going to be. And this is the repeating design that you effectively do. Right? Space right here for a pump and a smart battery. Outside of that, it's these 4, these 4, these 4. It's all the same thing. Now, of course, you got to do this pattern. Don't flip the airflow. You have to do it in this configuration. Very specific. Next thing you can see, we don't have liquid locks yet because they're going to get a penalty from going through, and we don't want that until this is actually ready to be sealed. We have to add the liquids in yet, so we're not going to do that. For now, though, since we're going to be using an Aquatuner, I'm just going to start putting in the tile placements for the Aquatuner pipes. So if you guys want to save on a little bit of refined metal, and I highly recommend this, you want to put your radiant pipes inside the tiles right there, the regular tiles. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to be using regular liquid pipes for the majority of the inside, but we're also going to use more radiant pipes. We're going to put it on the bottom left of each of the pumps. Now we're going to run insulated from here up, and then we're just going to do a simple design. Now, you could run over the radiant pipes with the regular pipe in blueprint mode like I am now, and it's going to be okay. And the reason why it's going to be okay is that since it's in a blueprint form, it's not going to override the blueprint. So I always recommend doing that first. Putting in your radiant, then running the pipe you're going to want to mass produce, in our case it's regular pipe, over it so that you could have an easy design pattern, right? So we're going to run regular pipe over the majority of the top. We're going to run insulated in here. And then we're going to run regular again. Right, this is just to help chill out the hydrogen. It's not that big of a deal. And then we're going to run the line like that. So that's going to be our AQ line. Very simple. We're going to be doing the bridge loop here so that if it's already chilled, it could just bridge. If it's not cold enough, the AQ turns on. This is going to do, you know, our cooling loop. Running that inside. Now, the next thing we're going to want here is getting the water feed from this. So that's going to be fun. We may want to actually cancel that and put a bridger. And it's going to be because we're going to want this to feed it. Insulated pipe, and we'll do it like that. Carrie! Coming in with the raid! Thank you so much for the raid, Carrie. I see you over there. Shout out to you. How was these streams? Talk to us about the oxygen. I see you over there. Appreciate the raid. How were the dupes today? How is the playthrough? Right now we're trying to do a guided playthrough for the newer players of the game. We're going to be talking a lot about the mechanics. And then right now we're just at the beginning of Relica. We're going to be doing Carnivore, trying to get that done. Otherwise, no, everything's going pretty good. You got Carnivore and max difficulty. Nice. Oh, get the kids. Get the kids. Have a safe trip. Say hello to the kitties. And yo, man, got to make sure they're home safe and fed. But yo, appreciate the raid. I'll take care of your folks for you. If you guys have any questions for me, my name is 2 Legit City. We are doing a new playthrough, kind of. We're day 2. It's going to be a guided Relica playthrough for the newer players. This is going to release at some point. We're going to edit it so that it's going to be only the meat and potatoes. But if you guys have any questions, feel free to ask. I'll be happy to help. Have a great stream. Appreciate you, Carrie. So right now, we're going to be talking about the SPOM that we're going to be utilizing for the run. Just talked about the cooling loop, how we're going to want to do it. And then right now we are going to be attaching the water from our drop system. So we want this line to be priority. So it's going to have a full-on connection. Second thing we're going to add is that bridge so that we have a space gap right here. The reason is because I want to put the bridge like that. That way there's no heat transfer shenanigans happening. And if I want to add water to the system, it would be from this pipeline right here. Coming out. So that's going to make it so that whatever we add in yields to the tank. This tank always has priority. So that's going to be what we want them to do so that we could have a good priority system, because this has to empty out first. We will talk about the automation of the aqua tuner soon. This is going to be made out of gold. Same with the pump and the reservoir. And then we still got a couple more steps before we could finish this design. All right. I think I will want that. Get that right there as well. And then we could start doing stuff here to add power to the system if we needed to. All right, so we're just going to let the dupes build that. This is not important. We don't need to get it done right away. Cycle 55. This is, if anything, very early. And we have about 47 tons of algae left. So we are very much ahead right now. If you guys don't have this built yet, don't worry. You guys have a lot of time. All right, how is the brisket? Oh, we don't have our progress bar anymore. That's tough. It's looking good though. We are sweeping. Still got the lullaby, not bad. And we stopped pumping. All right, so we're just going to empty this out. Just doing the easy CO2 storage. Getting it in canisters. Only one hive, huh? That's unfortunate. We didn't get the bottom left yet. I mean, we still have fog, so we should go a little bit to the right still. It's just that we have the water right here. Kind of sucks. We should be okay, though. We already got one of the beta hives. Man, there's extra traps. There's going to be a lot of hydrogen in here. It'd be like that sometimes, though. Bees are getting unlucky. Infinite storage. We're going to finish this at some point. We just have to wait for them to sweep out the items and then get the dig in. It be like that. I see a mimic. I see you over there. It really do be like that sometimes, man. You just hate to see it. Alright, CO2 here is also needing a reset. That way we could store more of the CO2. Canister filler has been really nice for the smoker, just because of the constant CO2 you generate. And then it's powerless. Just keep it in a bottle. Very nice. We are at 7 lum eggs. Wow. That's like 250,000 calories. 33 times 7. No, it's what? 250. Yeah, 250. Yeah, 250. Man, that's a lot. Everything's looking pretty nice. So we have water here we're not using. There's water up top as well. This is getting used for the overgrow. I'll likely have to get some water at some point for this. But right now, everything's pretty good. Salt water. Oh, it's cooling down. 70 degrees, 69, 68. It's getting there. Nice. All right, so we'll put tiles here. We'll likely use that at some point. And we'll probably want to start digging in here. Maybe, maybe not. I might want to let that absorb a little bit more heat first. The reason why you want to let it absorb heat sometimes is when you dig through the tiles, you cut the mass by half, 50%. Anytime you dig or crush a tile. So if water pressure breaks a tile, if you dig through, the tile will always lose half of the mass. The only time it doesn't is if you melt it, right? So, you know, it depends on the melting point of the object. But that means the heat that is on the tile, right, gets cut in half because the mass gets cut. So it makes it easier to cool down, right? So if it absorbs a lot of heat, dig through it, you cut that in half, theoretically. It's still going to be at the same degrees. That's not going to change. It's just that cooling it down is going to be a lot easier. All right. This is looking pretty good. I'm going to start putting in my gas pipe pattern. We're using regular pipes for speed. Just build speed, right? Gonna connect these, and then we know we're gonna be running this out this way. Right, so that's gonna be here. Here. And then we could run this one backwards. Right, so this goes up, this goes to the right. Just so that we don't have to build a bridge or anything like that. Once my dupes are done sweeping, we'll continue sweeping the other floors. Right now, we are going to be sweeping to our infinite storage. If you guys are not familiar, this is the infinite debris storage. The reason why you put the doors here is because decor overlay minus 100. But then the moment you're outside of the doors, it's at 0. And that's because these tiles that sit on the ground they typically have a minus decor penalty, but it's always 1 tile range. So because of that, if you just have the doors on, no one's allowed to open it, they don't go inside, and then they never get hurt by the decor penalty. That makes it easier to store everything instead of mass producing bins that are also minus decor. It's one of those things where this is just a lot better. You guys could make it a little bit better by putting insulated tiles instead of regular because of the heat transfer properties. That's more so for saving your frames. There's a lot of heat transfer equations happening on this tile because of the amount of items on it. So having insulated tiles just makes that calculation easier. Less strenuous. But in the grand scheme of things, that's a very minor impact. Okay, we got our automation. We grab the telescope. And everything's looking pretty good. We are going to want to grab the data banks in Virtual Planetarium next. That should be all right. And then I think we'll grab conveyor loader stuff. I don't think we have mechatronics yet, which is why I don't think we should grab that, but it wouldn't be bad. Ooh, nothing. That sucks. No betas. Okay, so this is our only beta hive at the moment. Maybe I should dig in deeper. Now, the good news is that if we're utilizing uranium, and if you guys do plan on using that, you guys might want to find another one. But the reality is that you only need 10 kilograms per cycle of enriched uranium in order to keep a research reactor running. So it's not a lot. This is really just kind of like bonus. We already got 10 kgs after the couple days of this being active. So by the time we get to that point where we need the uranium, we're going to be really good. You got this, John. Come on, John. Hey, good stuff. Yeah, so we are in the corner, chilling. Jawbows, got some items to move. All right, we are going to put the tile... There is 7 tiles. This is 4. So if we do a little bit of math, it says that if I do this tile, that's 3 tiles, and then that's 4 tiles. And this is 7 tiles. That should be good math. There's also liquid here that we could open instead. That wouldn't be bad. That actually might be a lot better. And then we just put the tile here so it doesn't have any chance of spilling out. Alright, so I would need a ladder to do this. Right? That way we could reach that top tile and then release these 2. Because we could... I should add in the insulated tiles like that. It's really so that we don't have any heat transfer happening. Now, it's not a big deal because this is not actually that much different from the environment, right? 32, 30, this is spawning at 30. It's pretty, you know, pretty good. For any reason, though, that we might want to do something with this area, we're just going to pre-insulate it. Why is there a liquid pipe? Y'all see that? There's a liquid pipe blueprint. But the pipe's already built. I can't cancel it either. What's happening here? That's a visual glitch if I've ever seen one. Very impressive, very impressive. Redraw over it. But there's already a pipe there. You just have to reload. Okay, we're just gonna have to leave it be then, I guess. Feels bad. We got the brisket, 16. Let's go. Oh, they're going to sleep? Oh, no one's gonna hug the eggs. I mean, they're eating the brisket though, so I can't be mad. All right, Cyberdyne's having his meal. We gave them a longer meal time because they were missing their meals. I'm considering giving them another hour, man. Didn't finish his brisket. No, we're good. I'll check that out next time. We'll probably just have to save load it. Okay. All right. So we are going to be doing the initial fill for the setup to work. So this is going to be an important step. You have to choose 2 liquids. Ideally, it is going to be not a combination of salt water and brine specifically. And that's because salt water and brine have their mass for heaviness is very similar. I think it's like 1 point off, like the difference between 119, 118. For the most part, that's gonna make it so that it kind of like flip-flops and it gets really weird. So we are going to avoid using that specific combination, though you are still allowed to use salt water or brine. Now in our case, we're going to be using water plus another liquid. We could be using the oil, but I kind of want to save that. So I think instead we're going to be grabbing salt water. There's a nice little node right there. And there's also a node on this side. We'll grab this one because it's colder, not because, you know, that actually matters though. Yeah, we do these 2. Hopefully it's not going to cause problems. Someone's going to go over here. Oh, the water weed might be in the way. Oh, wait. Someone's going to jump over there. That's bad. Let's get the pitcher pump first. Alright, we want this low so that it would extend after we're done. And then after this is done, we probably go through this way. Wow, filled up again. This pump's working hard, man. Alright, we're just going to be wanting to dig up that plant. Sweeping's almost done. Okay. We can do these 2 afterwards. We got another seed comb. Not bad. As you can see, our pipes are in. This is the ending, how it looks like. Oh, that's a radiant pipe. I see. That's supposed to be a radiant pipe, and it never got built. Okay, we're going to be redoing that right now. I see, I see. Oh, the bubble's still there. Feels bad. Alright, nice. We got salt water. Alright, so we're going to be doing the filling of the water on the electrolyzer, the 2x2 right here. So this is going to be a very specific setup. I said earlier, but I'll say it again. Don't use specifically salt water and brine. There's a problem with that with the build, or how the weights are so similar. You can use either of salt water or brine, but with another liquid. Of course, you don't want to use polluted water. It's going to off-gas. So in our case, we're going to be using salt water. So click on this. Auto bottle, of course, because I'm going to be pitcher pumping it. And you want to do this 1 at a time. The reason is because each one of these will only allow 200 kilogram bottles or anything less. But if your dupes have 2 jobs they'll do, they're going to grab enough of both jobs. So you want to do this 1 at a time ideally. After it's done releasing, you want to switch it to water. Oh man, so close. Lure a plant seed, sure. More research. We will grab the loader tech. All right, we are going to want to incubate. Oh, did we not incubate another day? Feels bad. Oh, this is about to hatch. If anything, this one would want to be incubated. He's trying to... Oh, and he left. So close. I'll still probably hug this one. What's going on, Mighty Stoosh? Welcome in. Set timer and incubate. We probably could. It's one of those things, though, where it's like, since it's not perfect, I just end up adjusting it all the time, and I'm just like, I might as well just put a switch on it. Nice. Copy paste. And copy paste. Nice. So this is out. Come on. Where are my ranchers? Nice. Regular water. Nice. All right, lullabies are in. Waiting for the salt water here. Mighty Stoosh, man, how are you? Hope you're having a good one, man. Happy Fridays. This is good. Nice. And then we're going to start removing the bottle emptiers. Good stuff, good stuff. We still have to move the shale. And then we're gonna wait for the water to be delivered first. Hey, it's a lum, baby. And then we are out of brisket. Hey, man, you gotta go. It feels bad. That guy just came into the world to become veal. Tough stuff, man. All right, so we are adding the water, basically done. After you're done with the water, you're gonna remove the bottle emptier. On the liquid layers, it should look like this: 100 kgs per tile. That's one bottle of 200. That's automatically done with the bottle emptier, assuming you don't have like random bottles getting mopped up on the floor. And then if you do get that, you'll have this nice 100 per tile setup. Water, salt water is going to be our choice. Now, while it is going to be ideally at 100 kgs per tile, like this, your ideal amount is less than 175, right? So you can't have more than 175 per tile. And that's because of how it potentially floods. And if a electrolyzer floods, or any building floods, it's gonna stay flooded until there's no liquid on the building tiles. So that's gonna be this 2x2 is the building tiles. So to prevent that from happening, you want to be at 100 ideally, but no more than 175 per tile. If you are at that point, you're gonna submerge yourself and flood yourself. It's gonna be bad. After we're done with this and getting all the liquids filled in, you're gonna want to cap the airflow. Actually, we haven't actually vacuumed yet, so that's actually gonna be the next step. So we're gonna start adding in a liquid lock. In our case, we're gonna be using the salt water. I'm gonna be saving the regular water for the overgrow, so using the salt water just makes more sense to me. So we're just gonna start liquid locking. Start cleaning up the inside. Looking all right. We got to get a new egg hug. Oh, ha. I didn't let him eat the brisket, and it's cooking right now. This one's going to hatch somewhat soon. We need a lullaby here. I don't know if they're going to lullaby before sleeping. Probably not, right? I don't want to waste the power. 77 kgs. That's a lot of water. We'll mop that tomorrow. And we're at 6 eggs. Doing all right. Doing all right. Tile got built, but we got to sweep the items. Oh, my dupes are sweeping, so they're not going to be picking that up. That's true. That is true. I should be able to build this from this tile and that tile. The gases are flowing. It's nice. Alright, we're going to do this because of the gas packets again. 106. Picking up some sea comb. Got the initial mop up. No research. Let's take care of that. All right, soup time. Why not? Everyone's getting groomed. Waiting for the saltwater lock. 1% stress. Oh, it's going down here. That's why. Okay. It's getting cold. Yeah. Okay. That's fair. Cold biome kind of sucks. I could see that. Everything else is going pretty smooth. Oh yeah, we gotta get the eggs hugged. Where are my ranchers? There she is. Nice. So, again, we're going to be just doing this for the buff. The buff will last even if the incubator is off. And it's only for 1 cycle. Incubator itself does nothing to the actual egg, so you never want it on unless, you know, you're just trying to get the buff anyways. Oh, I forgot to enable auto bottle on this. Bump this up to a 7. Start grabbing some salt water. 6 tiles at 1,000. Yeah, we'll have enough for that then. Feels bad about this power right there. Is there a way for me to get power to the bottom? It would likely be right here if I really wanted it. But if it does actually have heat here, that's going to be a bad tile. Outside of that, there's no real easy tile to kind of get power on this. You can't run it through the doors. I think this is okay, though. We'll have a setup like that. And second lump. Nice, nice. Alright, so we're making brisket still. We were going to take off the sweat corn so that they could eat the brisket. And then we have another babies right there. Just chilling. Block is starting. We haven't really eaten the dartles yet. We have barbecue on though. I guess you could argue these guys are like emergency food. It's not a lot, right? They only give you 800 meat. Very little. I don't even think you have enough for a barbecue. You need to do, yeah, 4 dartles in order to make 1 barbecue, dude. That's rough. I guess you could eat the meat raw, though I wouldn't really recommend it. Alright, so right now we're just teching up. We got up to here. We know that the ladder would be here. So our choice is liquid locking here, or doing it here. I don't think there's really like a downside to it, so I think I'll do it at the bottom. Because of how this works, we'll likely want to have this opened up anyways. And then this is going to be insulated. We'll probably just do a diagonal connection right there. Very straightforward. And then I think we also end up brute forcing, so just digging through this chunk. We will want regular tiles. Someone's going to get stuck here. We're just going to keep that open. This one's going to be the next 16,000 we'll have. All right, so we're going to start looking at the automation here. So first things first, we know that we add water on this tile, which means we got to run insulated pipe like that. We'll probably have to run this somewhere in there as well. I don't know where this water is going to feed in. Maybe straight up makes a lot of sense. And then we could run that through the insulator here anyways. Next, we're going to need the other automation. So first one is going to be liquid element sensor. And then we're going to have thermal sensor. If water is here, we want a NOT gate into this, I believe. Is it a NOT gate or is it a straight connection? Green signal if water on tile. But we don't want it green. Yeah, that's a NOT gate. So we'll put it here so that we could see the NOT gate. I'll make it yellow. I'll make it blue for the water. And then we'll take the blue line. That works, that works. Next is we're going to need this setup. So we're going to need an AND gate for that. This is going to be for the door that happens to be yellow. And then we'll use yellow wire. That's fine. And then this feeds into that, but we have to have a setup here, right? We have to have this run for X amount of seconds. So we filter yellow, and then we buffer yellow. And then that's also yellow wire. I think that makes a lot of sense. So the logic is we fill up the box with water. Once the box has water, this stops adding water. And then if it has water, green signal. Right? So that's the signal we get. This is a temperature check. If the water is hot enough or above a certain threshold, this will give it a green signal. So when the water's too hot, we get the signal. And then just in case it's flickering because of the refill in the beginning, we have a filter gate to kind of buffer that. So it has to wait 5 seconds. After that, we send the green signal. which opens the door. This will keep the door open for a fixed amount of time that we set. Because once the door opens, it's going to be a red, which forces this to close. And we want that open for a couple seconds to drain it out. And then we pump out the water. This pumps out to here and then feeds into the electrolyzers directly. It's not bad. So that should work. Why can't I do that? You can't build this? No way. You can't build that like that. Oh, wow. I didn't know you couldn't do that. Okay. So we changed this. We changed that. And then now we can put this in. Yeah, so you can't put the heavy plate on top of the... Oh, wait. You could. It's just that setup specifically doesn't work. Okay. I guess we could try to run this tile open. But ideally, I wouldn't want that. Could you flip the pump? You can't. Small problem with the socket of where the pump gets plugged in. All right, so the only solution here then... I mean, we could put it down there, but I wouldn't want to. Is put another plate like this, and then putting one here. And then replacing that with insulated. That'd be the simplest solution. A little bit of the chilling gets leaked out, but I think I'm okay with that. So we end up with that and that. Now there should be a line there, yep. And then we got to do this setup. Yeah, that's going to be fine. All right, cool. We are going to seal up the bottom. Hopefully no one gets stuck inside while we do that. We are going to also put a signal switch here. This is just to do a couple of weird stuff in order to get this primed up. And can I fit a pump in here? Where is my automation? The freaking thermal sensor right there, boxes. Okay. I should ideally try to vacuum this. We could put a tile there. This is going to be water. Oh, that's going to be hilarious. New printables. We're going to grab the suits. We don't need food. We got brisket. They're going to be eating. We'll do the lullaby again in the morning. All right, the liquid locks are looking pretty healthy. I can stop. I'll do one more here. 233. It's not bad. I guess that's not a, you know, yeah, it is not bad. Actually, we could vacuum it from the right side. I forgot that we could do it like that. Yeah. So we're good here. I want to say we're good. We probably don't even need this then. What's going on, Hayes? This is a SPOM setup. So this is a electrolyzer hydrogen setup for oxygen. Not really, but you could call it kind of like a hydrogen setup because we do use that. But it's mainly going to be for generating oxygen, right? I keep being sent to, don't have you followed. Mimic, why don't you follow me, man? This is a personal setup. There are a lot of designs out there. This one is mine. Is probably the best way to say it. There's a lot of weird things I do in my setup that's not common. No, I see it. I have follows off so that people that follow don't have to feel bad that they follow me or they don't follow me or they forgot to follow me. So if you just didn't say anything, you could have just followed and would have been all good. Also, because back in the days, it hasn't happened in a long time, there are people that are trolling. What they will do is they will get a lot of bots and they will mass follow with like a really bad name. And then you just get that repeating all the time, popping up on the screen. I've seen people with follower alerts that just chained for an hour. And you couldn't even watch the gameplay anymore. You know? So I was like, man, that sucks. That happened to me a long time ago too. But yeah, I have it off for that reasoning. You'll see this once we get it done. Hayes, you'll see it. You'll see it. Hopefully that makes sense. But you'll see how this all works. I just have to get it all set up first. Oh, is there anything inside? Nothing. Okay, cool. And then we gotta remove this one. All right, let's move the stuff. Let's get a couple wheels here. Oh, and this is not set up. Okay. So we will do a shared setup here where everything kind of just dumps. That's because batteries suck in this game. Like, that's the big thing about this game. Batteries suck. All right, so right now we have our setup kind of complete. We have to do some prime steps. So what we have to do is inside this box, I want to vacuum the entire box. We have an aqua tuner setup that I'll go over right now. But effectively, what we're going to be trying to do is to remove all the gas. This is important for this room and then this room as well. So the easiest way to do that is that we take our existing power spine inside because it's going to be self-powered and we just put wheels on it. I probably shouldn't have attached the smart battery realistically. So let me unplug that and kind of let the power drain. So we are just going to use the existing pumps inside to remove the gases, right? Liquid lock. There's no other way for gases to get in or out. And at this time, it's a good time to look for items inside to sweep. You don't want anything inside, right? And there's going to be a couple more steps afterwards. So right now, draining the power here, cut that. and then we reattach the wheel so they could run on it. The wheels running should probably be attached to a battery, realistically. Let me get that as well. Because this will take at least a cycle and a half, maybe even a couple more cycles to fully vacuum out because it's a weird shape. But yeah, you're going to want to vacuum this any way you can. So that means removing all the gases. All we did was connect all the lines at the end. Later on, we're going to be able to just cut that, right? And then just run all the pipes out normally. Now, while they're doing that, let's talk about how the aqua tuner setup works. So we are going to be running an aqua tuner. We're going to have that powered by the SPOM, but we're going to have an outside wheel that my dupes are going to be able to run to add power inside to support the aqua tuner. While this is a very efficient setup, it can't stand alone run the aqua tuner without using too much hydrogen, but having the occasional wheel power is good enough. Now, this is going to be my patented design, where we run an aqua tuner on a mechanized airlock. You don't need steel for this. There's no steam turbines and no plastic. You do want to have at least gold, though, so that you can hit the overheat of 175. Now, in most cases, you could actually get away with no gold because the overheat base value is 125. The only thing you really need for this is a water source. And the logic's going to be simple. We're going to be adding water in via this pipeline. We're going to add that in soon. It's going to be coming in from this geyser. And what we're going to want to do is we're going to submerge this with water. What happens is that we set up the automation right here. This is a liquid element sensor selected on water. This is a thermo sensor set to above 69. And then this is a NOT gate connected to the liquid element. This is an AND gate connected to a filter gate connected to a buffer gate that connects to the door. This is just the pipeline automation for the aqua tuner basic. Now, the logic is simple. We submerge this in water. Water is one of the best liquids in the game. It's top 3 in IMO just because of how early you get it. And it has a very high specific heat value right here. So to give you an idea, super coolant is at 8, so it's double. But then the next thing up from that is like nuclear waste, which is like 7.4. And then after that, you have, I think, one of the forms of water. And then you have water. So this is a pretty good value. A lot of stuff doesn't get higher than 1 or 2. Hydrogen's at 2.4. And that's the best gas, right? When it comes to specific heat capacity. So water is really good. The logic is we submerge this in water so that the aqua tuner is going to be constantly heating up the water. And then once the water gets hot enough, we open the door and all the water drains, right? When the water drains, we pump it back up into a reservoir that feeds into the electrolyzers. Now, the electrolyzers heat up oxygen to a degree of 70 degrees Celsius. That's actually why we chose 69, which is right below 70. So we heat it up to 70 so that when we feed the water to the electrolyzers, there's no additional heat being dumped onto the oxygen. Because of how this works, if you feed this the 95 Celsius water from like a salt water or hot water geyser, or the output of a steam turbine, the problem is that the oxygen spawns at 95 as well. So if you feed it hotter water than 70, the oxygen is going to be hotter. You're going to have to add more energy in the aqua tuner, or use more power on the aqua tuner because you got to run it more often in order to cool it back down. So that's going to be the logic of why we choose 69. Of course, the fact that it's at 69 degrees means you don't actually need gold for any of the bottom stuff. I am using gold, but you don't need it actually. Just because we're going to be at 69 degrees, these are not going to be heating up. And the water in it of itself is going to absorb any of the heat the pump generates. So you could just run this, you know, without gold. Now you do want to vacuum in these rooms because of how contact works on this door. We have 6 tiles here, and the moment the water gets to the 3rd level, it's going to effectively trigger the automation. So that makes it so that the bottom 8 tiles is going to be more than enough. This is never going to fill up all the way, right? As the automation is going to shut that off the moment the water reaches this tile. So what we're going to do is we are going to make sure this is a vacuum, so there's no heat transfer there. So by doing that, we just got to give the bottom more space, and it kind of just works out. So this is the automation setup for the aqua tuner. Very early game friendly. This will work well into the late game. Once the SPOM is running and you have a little bit of extra hydrogen starting to accumulate, you don't even need to run the wheel anymore at a certain point. Just because you would accumulate enough oxygen that any new oxygen that spawns isn't really going to be hot anymore. But yeah, early game SPOM solves all the problems. There's a rocket battery thing that you could use. You can. I'm not gonna want to like try to build that though. Interesting idea. What if radiation gives you cancer, but it takes a long while before they become affected and the doctor room is needed eventually? I don't know, man. I see where you're going with that. The fact that you don't use the hospital for too much stuff. But realistically, that is kind of weird. Give the dupes cancer. I'm gonna be real, man. I don't think I've ever seen cancer in a video game. I don't know. You gotta ask the devs if they're willing to do that, man. Oh yeah, there's a pump there. That's a glitch. It's not really supposed to be there. It's weird because why would you want to add something like cancer to a video game that's more like fantasy? I guess it's a thing, like it's a real thing, so like for the realism, maybe? Basically, you're saying, you know, you just want more use for the hospital stuff. I mean, I guess that's fair. How is the oxygen getting cooled down? We have aqua tuner. We have to add water to that, though. Let me just do that really fast. Would be really poor taste for people with cancer. Yeah. You call it something else? I guess. But yeah. I don't know, man. The devs have tried to add diseases to make it so that you would use the hospital stuff more. It just never works out. They haven't gotten it, man. They're trying their best, though. Brainless, welcome in. Hope you're having a good one. So this is ready. We got the items moved out. It's looking pretty good. Let's get that dug out. And we are going to get our first pipeline. I think we do use this for the water storage. I guess we could use all the space. One space gap. And then we get the water sieve. Then we get another res. Alright. It's not going to be too hot or cold. I shouldn't need to insulate this. It will use up a lot of my minerals. A lot of people on that new DLC, man. right, that works, I guess. Long pipeline. All right, so we got to build that out as well. Oh, I never hugged my eggs. And we have a little bit of brisket left. My man, you gotta go. I'm sorry, man. This little guy's gotta go. Feels bad, man. 2274. Okay, we get another one hatch. That's not bad. The little lum was just doing his best. Nice. All right, get some more brisket. We have to allow them to eat some sweat corn today. So we're going to be building out the pipeline. We have to power the bottom. I'll probably power that with the water sieve on the same line. That makes a lot of sense. We could probably just make them run a wheel right here, solo. All we got to do is make sure we pump up the CO2 properly. Oh, we have a line here. We might actually just use the line then. Yeah, we'll look at that at some point. 360 on this line, which is not bad. Once we get the incubators off, it's actually going to be pretty good. Rock crusher could probably be, yeah, readjusted. That's not bad. Yeah, we could run that like that. Cut that slightly. All right, milligrams. So the downtime like this where no one's pumping is probably fine. In a lot of cases, I could see why that could be bad, but then because of how the gases work, they kind of need time to flow out. Seems like it's balanced out though. Yo, man, we need them running. A lot of insulated pipe though that we need to get that done. We're going to be adding water in to the aqua tuner line later. Oh, I probably could have been able to just do it from this, realistically. All right, want to make sure the inside's clean. Nice. Smokers running, dupes are asleep. Research is not being done. So we got suit tech. We will want to grab... We might need this eventually for the centrifuge. So I'll just grab this now. It's a lot of easy tech anyways. Okay, so this is kind of ready. Here, here, here. And then we dig that. This probably stops because we might want... Oh no, we probably go out still. And then we do it over on this side because we want more space for suits. Lullaby, lullaby. Food's going down, but it's fine. Starting to get some amber. Food storage is actually having space now. Everyone's just kind of running the wheel, which is fair. Just pumping CO2, which is not bad. All right, another pump efficiency. We're waiting for the CO2 to just get pushed down. It also doesn't help that we're releasing CO2, right? So we're just getting more and more and more. I might be able to get rid of this. And then I wouldn't be mad doing the lower half first. Not bad, not bad. Cycle 65 will do a carnivore check to see if we're progressing smoothly. It should be around 150 though. The diffusers, we have a lot of algae. This makes me want to like potentially just ranch fish. You know what I'm saying? Like we have so much algae. It's really a lot. We have a lot of algae. I wonder why they gave you so much oxygen on this planet, man. Starting a new world, this game stresses me out because I hate the water not being organized. Organized water. How do you organize water? Welcome in, Dupio. Or is that another word? Because that looks like a typo. Oh, you do the walled off section. Like an infinite storage tank? In time, I'll get there, I guess. In time, I'll get there, hopefully. But yeah, you can't have it always organized. Unless you're just saying that that's the part of the game you hate. The fact that the water is not organized in the beginning. Doesn't that mean you always have your water at the bottom of the map? If that's the case. You open up all the water pockets, let it drip to the bottom, and then you seal it off. Have a box pre-built down there waiting to catch all the water. Could be an idea, Matt. Could be an idea. No, but the first thing I do is build a big room and drain the water into that. Yeah, it works. That works. Flatulence. Anemic. Oh, man. And then you have auto. What's bad about you, dude? I don't even want the food. It's fine. You build another room for dirt or water. I see you. I see you. I see you. I've gotten past the point of building tanks for water, though. I realize that unless I'm specifically, like, have the urge to do it, that realistically, man, if I could put up with it, that's going to be the best thing. If I could just put up with the, you know, not having it. And then when I eventually do get a water storage, don't think about it anymore. 68, 66. Okay, so we don't take damage anymore. That's why I'm better. Dude, I don't let the what's the word I'm looking for? I don't let the man, what's that? Something thoughts? Intrusive thoughts. There we go. I don't let the intrusive thoughts bother me as much when it comes to that, I guess. Oh man, if I don't wall it off, a dupe's gonna pee in it. And you know what? You're probably right to assume that. A dupe's probably gonna pee in it, man. And then you're gonna be like, I should have put it in a tank. God damn it, dude. You know what? That's probably why, man. Is that why? Let me ask you that. Is that why you do that? The dupes pee the tank one too many times. You're like, oh man, I'm tired of this. I can't be having my dupes pee the tank. That was the #1 reason at the beginning of my Oni playthroughs when I very first started playing the game. The #1 reason why I would reset. I would start the game, and then 3 cycles in, someone pees the tank because the toilet's clogged, and I only built 1 outhouse. And then they didn't tidy it in time, and then someone just pees. I'm like, oh man, reset. I'm not even kidding, man. That happened so much in the first week of playing this. I was like, oh my god, he peed the tank again, man. God damn it. Reset. Now, of course, the funny thing is It's not a big deal. Just a little bit of pea water. Not that bad, right? Still vacuuming. Still getting the eggs. We're still trying to do carnivore, right? We'll let them eat the sweat corn, I suppose. Now we'll turn this off again. We're gonna be getting another batch. Oh, they caught up with the tech. All right, plastic beds. Why not? Of course, people of chat, if there's any question you guys have, feel free to ask. I'll be happy to help. Let me know, let me know. If you guys are wondering what's going on, we are doing a very simple SPOM setup. We are doing what's known as priming the SPOM. If you guys were here earlier, I said this was only going to take about 2 cycles. I lied. This is taking forever. We're still trying to vacuum this, adding some power lines for some of the things that needed, getting the polluted water hooked up so that we could sieve it and use it for the drop block setup on the aqua tuner. And once we get that in, we'll let you guys know. It is cycle 65, so we'll do a quick carnivore check. Right now, we're at 177,000. At cycle 50, you guys saw me at 66. So we got 110,000 calories since. That makes sense. 15 cycles, that means there was about 5 cycles I didn't eat brisket. But it does mean that on 10 of the cycles we were, and we have 11 dupes, so that's about right? 110,000 calories. So we have 35 cycles left. If we keep up the pace, we'll get it, because we only need about 25 cycles of eating. Now, in the moment right now, we're going to be getting another infusion of tender brisket. We have 2 lums in the incubators. We have 7 eggs inside the egg room, and our lums are chilling. 1586, that's another egg soon. 95, 95, 95. We're gonna bet another 4 eggs. That's so good. It's looking like we won't have to sacrifice any of the breeding lums. It looks like we'll get carnivore with just the eggs. Who's suffocating? You have oxygen, dude. Oh, this is the dance of death. He's okay, though. Dude, 9 kilograms. What are we doing here? Oh, it's finally releasing. Liquid bottlenecks, man. The classic. Yeah, man, they're getting popped eardrums. 2% stress, man. It's not looking too good. Hey, get the brisket. Get the brisket. Oh, they ate the brisket. All right, man. You guys can eat the sweat corn. Poop time. Looking pretty good. So Maya over here has the need of a light, and then Bubbles over here is a loud sleeper. So, you know, snore in the corner. The abyssal light prevents the sound from being a problem. So we could be going with that. Outside of that, we're not giving my dupes that many jobs. We want them working at the task at hand, building out the pipe, and doing the wheel running for the vacuum. We're getting there, man. We're getting there. We're probably going to get the SPOM before we get carnivore. 0.2. Sammy, I see you over there. Welcome in. Got to color code the automation, man. Looking nice. This one is jammed. But we could... Wait. Nah, I don't think we need to turn that one on. Since it's all CO2 right now, maybe we could. Not like it's pulling power, though, right? Because it's off. And then it's 4 wheels, 6 pumps, 6 240. What is that? 1440, and this is 1600. We barely cover the power. So we shouldn't actually want this running. So this works out. This works out. This works out. Oh yeah, I didn't set this to 9555. Smart battery automation. Oh, we're about to get that vacuum. Looking good. Looks like the pumps are not running enough. Batteries charged. We are at the lowest increment, micrograms. Not bad. Oh, this got hit by a meteor. That's fine. All right, 17 on the brisket. New lum babies. Get a new egg inside. And then we gotta hug them. All right, we have brisket, so he doesn't have to do anything yet. He could live for a day, I suppose. I didn't know he plops on the ground like that, man. You could see the bottoms of his feet. They should have gave him paw pads, man. For no reason whatsoever. So that when he sleeps, we could see it. They should have gave him paw pads. Yo, man, where my ranchers at? You was not a rancher, though, Maya. Oh, and the power's gone because you don't have peats. All right, let's turn that off. All good, man. No worries. Hang out with the roommate, man. Gotta wait for the gases to spread. Did we get the peat in? We did. Okay. Any... May. Let me get the hugs. Thank you. Alright, so research is done. We're going to let that sit because we're kind of caught up with the research anyways. We have everything more or less done except for the rad bolt tech stuff. And we don't really need to do that. I'd rather have them work on the pipeline stuff right here. Almost done, though. Almost done. Wait for that. Wait for that. MCGs, the lowest increment you could get in this game. Alright, there's technically another thing I would need to do. I guess it's going to be on this tile set. We're going to pump. We're going to get a caster filler. Is there power here? There isn't. Okay. So let me get... wheel, no battery. And we'll get that set up. Okay, most of the pipe here in the deep end is done. The closer one shouldn't take as long. Dupes are sleeping, downtime. 3,000 of the brisket. Alright, I'm sorry, little baby. You gotta go, man. We gotta be cooking some brisket right now. 5%, 55%. We're at 9 eggs now. So we had our another period of egg laying, which is nice. Vacuum's almost done. How much water have we accumulated here? 12,000. That's nice. Alright, let's try to get this done. At some point, we're going to want all that. try to get that done. I'm hoping no one gets stuck on the inside. Like, we build that from the outside. Just being able to climb through there is kind of important. Nice. Pipes are done. All right, let's continue the insulated pipes on this side so we get the SPOM done. We could actually probably do priority set of everything here. Get that somewhat done. Look at the vacuum. It's starting to occur, boys. Full vacuum. Oh, okay. We can climb up and down here. That's fine. How come no one's going to do this? Feels bad. My man ran. He's working hard. Next thing we're going to want to do here is trying to pressurize the room. That's going to be the big thing. Don't breathe out. Don't breathe out. Oh, to the left, to the left. Beyonce. Beyonce. Nice. Got deleted. We did it, boys. Always lucky. So you don't want any other gas inside outside of polluted oxygen. It's going to off gas and accumulate to the point where it's pressurized. That would be the ideal thing with that. Of course, it's, you know, a little bit of preference. I find that because it erupts with polluted water and it pushes the gas when it erupts, it always creates an opportunity for the polluted water to off gas. It's weird. I've done 10 kgs of carbon dioxide inside to prevent it from off gassing, and it's still off gases somehow. It's impressive. I don't know what the animation does to the gas, but it creates like a split second where it just off gases. Now, if you guys are wondering why that matters, the liquid here is actually pivotal to keeping this from exploding. So the big thing is that this tile has to have a liquid. In most cases, it wouldn't evaporate if it was a water, saltwater geyser, right? Anything that's not polluted water. Cold slush would still have the problem. But to prevent it from off-gassing, you pressurize the room by having enough gas. And then what should happen is that it shouldn't off-gas anymore because we're over the amount. Now, every time it erupts, though, it's going to re-top off the top layer. So it's not a big deal. But you do realistically want to make sure it's at least above 1800 so that it minimalizes that from happening. We're gonna grab the ice. Okay, it's almost done. It's doing the pullback right now. It's doing the pullback. Not bad. Realistically, it's just building out the setup inside right now. We can't build this unless we go inside. They should be good though. Downtime. They ate a little bit of brisket. No, they didn't. It's still being cooked. And then, do we need any more refined metal? We used up a little bit. I guess I wouldn't mind doing another 25 right now since we're done with wheel running. Everyone is just going to be building the stuff out. A lot of the stuff here got built already as well. So maybe a couple more days for this to be built. Then they'll get the ladder in. Oh, I need power here. I didn't think about that. Let's run a power line. To that line. CO2 has reaccumulated, so we start pumping again. This is allowing access, right? It does. All right, so we got the full vacuum. Yeah, cycle 67. It took us about, what, 7 to 5 cycles since once I started vacuuming. Took us a little bit of time, but it'd be like that. All right, so we have to reseal this. So insulated, insulated, insulated. That's going to be important. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to cap the airflows. We want to realistically separate the room from the top and bottom. So we're going to want airflows to be capped. So we're going to do this one last. Actually, I think I could do it now. I was a little bit worried about not being able to diagonally build this, but I think we should be fine. So this is going to be the final step of the build. There's still going to be one more step for priming, though. We'll talk about that in a second. And then in terms of water to be added in, I do need a way to feed water this way. I realistically don't want to feed water that way, though. I might just want to grab it from here, if anything. All right, we'll put a bottle filler there for that reasoning. And then we will need a drainer here then. Temporary setups, TM. All right, so the other step that I was mentioning is up here. You are going to want hydrogen. You need to find an amount of hydrogen that's just staying there so that you can pump it up. And then you're going to want to put it in a bottle. So you have options for that. You just pull out a gas pipe and then have a dupe come in with a plumbing skill. Or you just connect it to a bottle filler like this. Now, the amount of hydrogen you need doesn't matter. You just need to have some. So I guess a good rule of thumb is you take the size of the bottom half of the room, 87 tiles, times 1 gram. So you need 87 grams, right? You need some amount of hydrogen. And that's probably going to be the best way to calculate that. So 1 gram per tile at the very least. Now, that's what? 1 pump of 250? Right? Because we're only going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One thing pumping hydrogen in the AoE radius. But you're going to need hydrogen gas for this final step to work. So, let them build. Let them make sure everything else is good, like the power line, pipelines. Let them work, let them work. I think at 75, we'll do another carnivore update to make sure we're eating enough meats. All right, new day, new lullaby. So it is May. Building up the top stuff. Now go back down, do the hugs. Looks like shiz. Incubators are really power heavy, man. Oh, they tagged out. Let's go. Lullaby, lullaby. We're at 16. We're making another brisket. Oh, smoked fish. Let's go. I mean, if we have it, it looks like one of the jawbows got old. It's really good, because that's technically free meat. Smoked fish. So if we can do it, we will. Feels bad for the jawbow. So if you guys are wondering, is it safe for your dupes to work in a vacuum, even though they could breathe out CO2? The answer is yes. Duplicants cannot breathe out CO2 unless they breathe in O2. It's a reaction, right? So they don't just make CO2 every so often. It's more so that they do it after breathing in. So they breathe in and then they breathe out. So you actually don't have to worry about vacuums getting broken, even if you don't have suits yet. The only thing you have to really worry about is the liquid that off gases, items that off gas. If you have flatulent dupes, if you're wearing an oxygen mask, that's also a trap. You breathe out CO2 all the time if you're wearing an oxygen mask. So watch out about that. Looks like all the gases. Let's have that flow out right here as well. All right, so now this is going to be good. Still waiting for these to be done. And we got the hydrogen. So we're going to cut the power from the wheel so they don't run on this anymore. And then we're just going to dump everything out. We're just going to leave everything there because deconstructing it is technically a task. And I don't really want to do that right now. I will give them a sweep job, though, if they're not doing anything. That way we could clean up the base, make sure everything looks nice. Everything does look pretty clean right now, roughly. And then we'll do the bottom layer right now. The bottom layer might be the worst layer. That's where everything falls down into. Okay, so we got the hydrogen. So once we have the hydrogen, you want to relocate it into the bottom room. And then right now we're going to be filling in the aqua tuner loop. Make sure it's not plugged in, the aqua tuner line. That way you don't have to worry about this running in a vacuum, and that's going to be really bad. So what we're going to want to do is put a bridge into your aqua tuner loop. Make sure the aqua tuner is not running. That's going to be an important step for any of the future builds you might do. And then we're going to be using... Do we have enough salt water to pull that off? So water is probably going to be the best thing to use. But salt water comes in at like a close second. When does this become brine? At -7. Okay, that's fair. So salt water will be the play. We just have a lot more salt water than we do regular water. And we do use the regular water for the overgrow plants. So it's kind of important for us to have that, right? We're also going to be using water for things like, you know, seed comb to phyto oil. And then the amber resin as well. Actually, no, this doesn't actually need water. That's nice. Since we have it, we might as well use it. Now, the reasoning why you're going to want to make sure this is off is because when your aqua tuner is running, it technically has a one space inside the building, and it causes the line to jam if you're running the aqua tuner while you're filling the line. Because what happens is that a bubble enters and then you fill it up elsewhere. And then it stops moving entirely. Like the line just doesn't move. Like the bubbles just halt. What you want to see is a flow like this. That's going to be what you want to see. So do it while it's powered off. Filling that up. Let's get the hydrogen in here. We need to get the water right there as well. Another reasoning why, right? That's at 200. It's not bad. I guess the most important thing right now then is getting the pea water set up. Getting that to be a tile would be kind of nice as well. Get rid of this. Oh, that doesn't matter too much. Yeah, all right. So we're going to get a little bit of water started. We're going to cut this line because I don't want it entering the rooms or anything yet. And we're going to do polluted water here. This is going to be polluted water from our toilets, from the peat burners, so it's not too bad to get that started with the pea water. And when I say pea water, that's P dot water, right? Because it's polluted water, not pea water because you peed out. I mean, you could take it both ways, to be honest, technically. And it both's technically correct, right? Egg cooked seafood. Oh, did I use the jawbow for that? Hopefully we're fine. Cooked seafood, brisket. Don't be eating the sweat corn. Oh, look at this guy. He wants to join the barbecue family. I mean, we could let him join if he wants to become barbecue. Can't be mad about that. Alright, we still gotta fill up a little bit more salt water. We're waiting, we're waiting. $10 eggs. Nice. And we have meat right now. $29.78. Alright, we'll lullaby. Yep, they're gonna wake up soon. First task, gonna be hugging the eggs. Right? Right? Because it's priority 9. That's gonna be the first task you do, right? And it is. Let's go. I thought it was gonna be the Palpa meme. The Padme meme. Is that her name, Padme? From Star Wars with Anakin. It is. Thank you, Abductor. My Star Wars knowledge is very lacking, so I need to reaffirm that from time to time. I was gonna say Palpatine. I was like, wait, isn't that the bad guy? Alright, so you guys might have this situation where your line is filled. You still have a bottle. What you want to do is actually remove this liquid bridge, because there's a bubble there waiting to bridge on. So cutting the pipeline is not good enough. You want to remove the bridge. That's going to be the important step. Alright, and then we're just going to uncheck whatever's inside sits inside. Can't really do too much about that. And then we're just going to remove the bottle drainer. So our coolant loop is set up. We move the hydrogen in, but we're not going to do the next step yet until we're ready. The next step we're going to need is going to require water. So we're just going to move some polluted water to this bottle drainer. We're going to be getting the pea water from our peat burners or from the toilets. And then we're going to sieve that to get some clean water. After we get enough clean water, we'll be able to start using that to feed the insides. I see you, Squilla Bob. This guy plays Sweater. I see you over there. His allegiance is with the Siths. I see you with your allegiance, man. Pumping up CO2s. Yes, we got our first bottle of pea water. Not a lot of powers on there, so we could just connect that. We're waiting for sand. Do we have sands? 28 tons. Okay, we're good. There are situations where you don't have sand and you can't do anything about that. You're going to want to crush minerals, right? So you could do stuff like sandstone, shale, you name it, man. You're going to have a lot of minerals on the map, typically. Oh, I don't have cooked fish in here. Oh, that sucks. Smoked fish as well. Gotta put that in the food storage. Dude, we have a lot of brisket, man. Smoked fish, seafood. Food is looking really nice. Okay, so mop and relocate. 1,600. 4 kilograms of polluted oxygen. I see what's happening. Because I have this tile at this layer, It's doing this thing where the gases are getting like vacuumed into a corner. I guess when it's not erupting, it's not a problem, so we're probably fine. Probably fine. Oh, I can't reach that. All right, we would want to put a ladder here just so that we could harvest the lure plant. All right, getting some water. So no power. I guess we could pre-fill this. It's not a bad thing. That way, when we're running, we could actually have the setup right here. Above, and then water. Nice. Let's grab nobody. We don't need any of this stuff. Right, so right now it's really just the pea water we get from the bottle drainer. We don't want auto bottle. We don't even have a pitcher pump in the pea water yet either, so it's fine. So we just need them to be diligent, picking up the bottles up top. Once they wake up, we'll do another lullaby, right? Yeah, 70 seconds. I see you, Timo. I see you guys over there. I didn't know there was a third option. They don't think it be like it is, man. But it do, I guess. Really do be like that sometimes. Hate to see it. Dupes are awake. Wow, they are a little bit too fast. Oh, okay. Toilets are fine. No one's having any clogged toilet issues. Good stuff. All right, guys, I am going to do a quick BRB. I'm just going to, you know, freshen up, use the restroom. I'll be right back. All right, we're back. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. All of my Star Wars knowledge that I know come from when I played the game Star Wars: The Old Republic, also known as Sweater. I played that when it was... so back in the day, they didn't have early access as popular as it is now. But back in the day, I played it when it was basically fresh drops. And it was lacking in every department, man. The game was barely, like, complete by those standards that they have. Yeah. Sith and Jedi should have just took everyone out and took Dominion. Yo, man. I don't know what to tell you, man. I don't know what to tell you. Alright, there's a very good chance that I have to support everything here with the center line. We'll do this design. We'll do a 4 setup. You know what? We'll do 5. Five vents. One of these probably go down, and then we start setting up the other ones later. No one would be debating who's dude. That's totally something from like Don Flamingo, dude. History is written by the winners. That sounds totally like Don Flamingo, dude. Alright, let's pull the plug on this, because packet size. I see you over there, Real Sella. I see you, I see you. No research is fine. We're just building out some insulated tiles. We need some water to go out. We are going to do the split bottle right here. I do kind of want to wait till we get to this. I also wouldn't really mind doing this setup. Just have someone run this wheel for this pump. Because at this point, I don't really want them. Because this line is going to overload, I feel like, when everything starts running on it. We're still incubating, right? Oh, I got to do that right now. I guess I could swap this line. It's not a big deal. So then this is on the top. 1380, it's not that bad. And that's realistically this, these two, that pump, and then the oxygen diffusers, which aren't really on that often either. The oxygen diffusers are not going to be needed very soon, though, so we'll be fine. Did we get the lullabies? We did. Nice. Still got meat. Still got meat. Cooked seafood is allowed, right? And the smoked fish. Yeah, looks good. Smokers are having space. Not bad. Still sweeping, still moving the pea water. Still waiting for that. We're doing really well, man. I'm not gonna lie. Gonna grab the statues. Might as well. We might be okay to start going into here to deal with the saltwater geyser, man. Start digging in. I think we will. Start digging, boys. It's time. Because we're going to want this water. So we're going to do an infinite tap. Just like we have down there. So that we have infinite storage. You get a lot of food, but in the beginning, food is the biggest problem. Normally, when you play on like for new players, right? You're going to assume that if you have a farm tile, you just grow food. But you don't understand that in this planet, the only food you have requires pollination. I feel like that might give new players kind of like, oh no, what is this? And then once they realize it's from the Mimicas, they don't really understand how it works still. And they might not have the balance correctly. They might not understand that that means that the sweat corn takes an additional 5 cycles to grow because you have to wait for the Mimica to grow first, which takes 5 cycles. I feel like the beginning could be kind of tough because of that. Oh, grubs on the second planet? Grubs are king, dude. I would argue not the best, but my favorite critter in the game would be grubs. I'm not even kidding you, man. Sweet old grubs, those two, they're my favorite critter. I would have to say. Not the best, but the favorite, right? So it's like personal preference. I'm a fan of them. I'm a fan. Oh. Start pulling some water, boys. The beetles turn into a caterpillar, like a digivolution. Hey, man. I'm not mad about it. I think that's pretty cool. Getting the digivolution like that. I can't be mad. Oh, we got a lum, baby. It's free, this guy. We'll get another one in soon. I mean, I don't need the meat yet. We still have a lot. We have at least 10,000 calories of meat. So I'll wait before we evolve this man forcefully. 9 eggs. That's after we loaded up the incubators. Everything is nice right now. We're also ready. We have 5 tons of phyto oil to make the biodiesel. I can actually do that right now and start getting the blast shots done. I guess we could do a little bit more of the... Nah, I don't want to waste the metal, right? I'll wait until we get the metal refinery set up. And then we can start mass producing. Still waiting on this to fill up. Now that we have a proper line, though, I don't think I'm worried too much now. Because now this is just going to fill up. We'll have the stuff done. It's going to be nice. Alright, this is just water in bottled form. That way they could grab it for whatever they need to use it for. I was going to leave it for this, to be honest. Let me put water on here and just don't plug it in. That's probably what I need to do. I do not have auto bottle on this. Because I don't want them pitcher pumping for the water. I want them grabbing it from here. Well, I would have to automatically release the water, so it's like that. But if I do that, they should move it, which is what I want them to do. We're waiting for the water to fill up the room first. Might take a while, but, you know, we'll get there. Alright, we'll turn this back on. Pumping CO2 is nice. Meta refinery with cool water is easy now. It is. Meta refinery with cool water is nice. That's good stuff. I mean, if we had a cold geyser, though, I wouldn't mind feeding the slush water into the meta refinery so that we could heat it up. That's always a great strat. Very good when you have cold water, because you could do that. Because you have to heat it up anyways. You might as well use that on, you know, good use, so to speak. Alright, so we do want to start trimming this area down. Mimica Bud is my new mealwood. Poor dupes don't get poppers till about cycle 300-ish. Oh man, I got poppers cycle 20. I think I was cycle 24 when my food stabilized. I was eating poppers, man, in the beginning. And then I got up to 200,000 kcals. And I was like, I gotta stop making poppers. I think that was cycle 40 when I realized I had 200,000 kcals from the veggie poppers. And then I was like, I gotta stop making that because it's just gonna rot. And then I need to be able to eat my meat too. The smoker, I feel like, is just, you should rush this. You really should. This gives you so much food. Sophia, welcome in. Zone, hope you're having a good Fridays, man. Thank you for tuning in as well. Best early game combination is Cool Geyser Meta Refinery. It is. It really is. Dude, poppers double the calories. That's insane. Normally, it's like plus 400, plus 200 calories. That's literally double, dude. It's really ridiculous. Dude, 56 becomes 11. It's really nice. If you have lums, you could rush poppers. I mean, if you do have lumps, you want to rush the smoker, though. Because otherwise, you can't eat the food. Alright, we're gonna hug the eggs. They deserve to be hugged. Nice. You see us turning off the power? All we want is a lullaby buff. Incubation rate increase, that's all we need. Water's almost there. Not bad, not bad. Ooh. Wheel runner. You don't have to ranch the lums to get peat, though. Yeah, you just have to feed them, I guess. You could wild ranch them. Alright, we're gonna pull the bottle out, so hopefully that gets pulled. We gotta hydrate. Matik, so I see you over there. Oh, black coffee. I should put some milk in my coffee, man, just for some calcium. But yo, man, black coffee is the drink of the day. Y'all know what it is, man. Gotta have the coffee. Alright, so this is not connected, but we got a bottle. It's good. We'll cut this for now so that we just feed the water into here. 500. We're almost there, boys. Almost there. Cinnamon tea? Is that really a thing? Anytime I hear cinnamon when it comes to, like, tea, I think of chai. But it's like, that's more cardamom than anything. What's the flow rate on 4 electrolyzers? What do you mean flow rate? Are we talking liquid or gas? It's a thing. Oh, wow. I didn't know you could make 1 kg per electrolyzer. So you could do 1 liquid pipeline, do 10 electrolyzers at most. At which case you can't actually saturate all 10. I mean, anything more than that. So it's 1 kg per. Each pipeline is 10. I would imagine it tastes good, though. Yeah. But yeah, I didn't know cinnamon tea is a thing, man. I usually think it's like chai or something. If you guys ever had Mexican coffee, what they do is they take a cinnamon stick and they stir the coffee with the cinnamon stick. After that, they put cinnamon on the top of the coffee. Like, they put the powder on top. It's nice. But the filter only does half that. This is not connected to the SPOM. This is connected to something else. This is connected to the cooling system. Don't worry, Tweedledum. You got it mixed up. Cafe de Ola. It's delicious. Is that what it's called? I never knew the proper name. Yo, Timo, have you ever had champorado? Which is like the coffee with mole, not mole, the masa in it. You know what I'm talking about? It's like coffee with the tamale stuff. And they mix it together. I don't know if I even want this guy. Starry Eye, it's not bad. I don't think so. Ah, champorado. We have that over here. Though I will say I like the Cafe de Ola better. Ranch build farm. That's fine. I don't think we take anyone right now. Another thing is that even if this was feeding into here, I only have 4 electrolyzers. So it's only 4 kilograms. So we're way more than enough. It's fine. All right, we got our water in. Nice, nice. Looking good, looking good. All right, so this is just going to accumulate, which is fine. We have this here now. We are going to run this like that. And then I will need a water source into here. We might actually want to do a different setup now that I'm looking at this. We could run it off of this, but I feel like that's not a good idea. If anything, I should run a separate line for the water, but only after this fills up. We could do it though. It wouldn't be that bad. We just want it on this side. It will do 5. I'm not going to be doing 5 though. All right, so I probably want this space, and then I probably want this there. That also probably means I want to run this. And then it makes sense for me to run it inside of the tiles. Not because of the temperature, but because of the decor -5. That might mean... That is kind of ugly. Alright, we'll just do it here, because I feel like it makes sense. Actually, I could do it here. Yeah. That works. And then we could do that. Yeah. That also means we don't need the bottle filler anymore. That works out. Okay, we got to do another hug. We're at the point where I'm thinking we might not need to hug anymore, but I think I still will. Hug the eggs. Hug the eggs. Oh, we're out. All right, man. You got to go, buddy. I'm sorry. He lived to the age of 2. And now he's brisket. Feels bad. Okay, so we got to get the bridge here. We want that to fill up first, always. Oh, not done yet. We got it, we got it. Nice. And then that's in. All right, so what we do here is cut that. And then we want to run it backwards. And you can see that it still goes to the right side first because of the bridge priority. It's going to flow in afterwards to the second reservoir after this fills up. That's going to be the more important thing, to have this filled up first. The cooling is important, man. All right. So at this point of the game, we're going to do a carnivore check soon. But right now, we're going to be getting ready to do the SPOM. So if you guys follow all the steps that we did, you guys should be at this stage. Things are capped off. You're in a full vacuum. There's no gases on the inside. You move the hydrogen bottle to there. You want to make sure nothing is plugged in. So you want to disconnect the top, disconnect the aqua tuner, separate the top power line from the bottom power line right there. And then we already have the power to the pump on a separate line. Make sure there's no water in the pipes yet. And then the second thing is, depending on if your pipes look like mine or if they're coming from the right side instead, you want to make sure only one electrolyzer is plugged in. That's going to be the last most important step. This is going to be important for the priming. So if you don't do this, you might get something mess up. Now, of course, how you do the water is going to be up to you. We got the sieving right now to fill it in. You also want to fill in the aqua tuner room before you want to get it started. Also, you want to set a temperature. We're going to put it at 22 degrees. Pretty fair. And then we're going to be ready. So with the doors right here, you want to not allow anyone to the top. This is because if you get a different gas bubble up top that's not oxygen, it's going to break the build. This is a weird setup, by the way. So I just want to put that out there. Right? Now, the bottom, you have to allow them through so that they could open this. So we're going to do this now. Hit empty on the hydrogen on the inside, and it needs to fill in the bottom room. All right, Edwin, he's got it. There it is. All right, once he leaves, we're going to lock the door the same way. All right, so now there's hydrogen. Now that this is inside, we're going to connect the power so that the electrolyzers can run. Oh, I forgot one step. You know what? Pause this. We're going to cut the power. We're going to allow people to the top. I did not put automation wire on my pumps. That's actually kind of important. In the middle of your electrolyzers, you're going to want an Atmos sensor. There's usually going to be a space between the tiles like that. That's going to be pretty good. So that's going to be the last step. I can't believe I forgot that. We're going to have to do that little talk again. So now that we did this, did we get brisket again? Cooked seafood, not bad. Pakus are not looking pretty good. But I mean, it's free meat. Can't be mad. I see you, Matikso. Yeah, we're going to keep it cool, man. Aqua Tutor is going to be on, so we get the AC on. Yo, man. AC. I used to think AC was worldwide. And then I heard that people in Europe don't have AC. And I was like, wait, hold up. For reals? That can't be real, man. I kept telling myself, dude, that can't be real. And then people are like, nah, man, there's no air con over in the Europes. And then I was like, oh, man, that's tough, man. How do you guys live without aircon? And then the people were like, you Americans and your air conditioning, like it's a bad thing. And I was like, dude, man, you just like, you guys mad that we have AC or something? I'd never understood that, man. Like, man, they mad we got AC? AC is nice. Don't you turn on the AC in your car? I don't know, man. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. Lullaby is good. Dude, everyone's gonna... Dude, I thought everyone already had AC, man. Use AC in the car. That's why I'm like, if you have it in the car, wouldn't you ever go, man, it'd be nice to have in the house. You know what I'm saying? Like, if we have AC in the car, man, just have that in the house. A little bit larger, so, you know, cools more space. Who's starving, man? We will allow the sweat corn. All right, so we got the automation in. I forgot about that. You want to set this to above 20,000 because that's the max slider amount. We're going to adjust this later, but this is just so that the prime step goes a little bit better. So we have the hydrogen in the bottom. We're going to re-plug in the electrolyzers up top. And then since we have the automation in, it's not going to pump out any of the oxygen up top anymore. So we are ready for the final step. There's already a battery to power the pumps and the electrolyzers. Separated the electrolyzers so only one of them's plugged in. And we pre-filled the bottom room with hydrogen. I like to pre-fill the bottom room with hydrogen, and I flip the gases just because of how the layout works out. And then let's plug it in. So we have a bottle drainer right there with a little bit of water. And if we did everything right, it should automatically separate. Just like that. You see how for a split second the water gets pushed over? That's actually why you don't want it above 175. Because when the water pushes over for the split second, if any tile on the building is above 350, roughly, depending on the liquid, of course, it's going to flood it, right? So we warned you about the floods. But now it's running. Now that you have one of them running, you could actually plug in the rest of them. Now, this does rely on your dupes running the wheel to get this started. But once you get that in, everything should be naturally separating. Gas value goes up, gas value goes up. Good stuff, good stuff. So we are effectively done with the SPOM. Almost. So the next thing we're going to want to do is make sure it's self-sustaining. So the best way to do that is to make sure you have enough hydrogen so that when you pump it up, it could go to the generators and then it just runs on itself. So the big thing with that is you want to make sure you have enough hydrogen gas per tile. I would wait until it's above 250 like this before you get started, but ideally you want it around 500 grams per tile. Make sure to lock the doors again. Nothing requires dupes anymore on the inside. Hopefully you've already swept the inside as well. And, I mean, we're at 250. I can't be mad, right? So, we're going to plug in the bottom now. And then that means we plug this. Now, you want to wait until your line is backing up before you actually disconnect your wheels up top. You want to wait. You can see we're not getting full packet size, which is kind of bad, right? We've lost that full packet size, which is why I was suggesting to wait. All right, we are going to have the power down. Looks like we are going to be having some water issues soon. Plug in the backup res. Let's run that, do that. And then they should move the bottle out to there. Looks like, yeah, we don't have water anymore. Feels bad. It's getting there, it's getting there. Once this maxes out, I'll start feeding into this. All right, more water, nice. H2 going back up. There we go. Alright, it's starting to back up a little bit over here. Really good. Still not getting the efficient packet size though, but that's okay. This is only going to happen in the beginning. You should be hydrogen positive with this setup, given how the math works. And the fact that we're going to be running a wheel to support this. That's not going to be needed to be running all the time. It's just going to be for the initial 20 kgs. And then afterwards, we're just going to run it to support the aqua tuner every now and then. And the build's not going to require more than just one wheel. So we're going to remove the rest of these. And the battery, of course. We're going to probably have a... No, we'll probably keep the battery, but we'll probably put a transformer setup here. Make it work out a little bit better. Alright. Packet size is getting decent. It's starting to back up. So the problem with this is that this is actually powering this battery as well, which is why we don't want this at this point connected. This is just self-sustaining now. We are not moving out oxygen yet, although we could. And for the most part, water is starting to flow in. We're just accumulating liquids now. And this is a good time to start actually pulling out the pipelines. Now, we've already done one to distribute the oxygen. So it's up to you how you want to do it. I just do a pattern like that where we go left, right on different levels. And then we're just going to move more on this side. Some of them are going to go down. That's going to be how you want to do it. But you could just, you know, do something like this. Ideally, you want to have an equal amount of vents connected to each line. Unless, of course, it's feeding into something like a Atmos suit, you know. That, of course, is going to be a lot different. And your SPOM should be complete. Now, the last thing we have to do is plug in the aqua tuner to get this done. Since this is done and primed, we're going to be doing that setup I was talking about earlier. We're going to remove 3 of the wheels. And then we're going to put a transformer here. So we're likely going to want that tile. Construction 7. All right, while we wait on that, let's look at the carnivore. Now, we'll look at the carnivore afterwards. Incubating. We do want to hug the eggs. Smoker's running, which means we have brisket being made. Are my dupes on downtime? No, they just finished. Okay, we're fine. Alright, alright. We are going to put the transformer here. It's going to be a small one. Logic's going to be pretty simple. We're just going to have one wheel, so we don't need to add that much power. We're also going to cut this, and then this is going to be the connection. Bump this up to a 7. Coolant has gotten a little warm. All right, nice. So the reason why we do this is because we don't want this battery to be powered by these generators. We want this to purely hold just the power from the wheel. So we do a one-way with that by having a transformer feed out like that. Everything's going to be heavy watt. And now the AQ is going to be running. So of course we set this to 22 degrees. You could set the temperature here for wherever you want. And with that, your SPOM is done. For the most part, they're going to run the wheel to help out every now and then. The biggest consumption stage is at the very beginning. Once you get the liquids cooled down to your desired temperature, and the gases are roughly the same temperature, where you could loop one time without having to use the aqua tuner, that's going to be the sign that it's going to be a lot less power hungry. It's just got to stabilize, right? It's really what it is. 26. It's going down slowly. Some hot bubbles, but mostly going down. We'll likely see some 25. There it is. Right, so you can see that it's cooling. The big thing is the solid tiles holding a lot of the radiant pipe energy. It's going to be pretty good. Alright, so the system should be ready. Everything should be good. And your SPOM should be complete. Really quickly, we are going to check on the Carnivore. So cycle 75, well, 76 now. We'll wait for the autosave. All right, cycle 76. Oh, we got a new achievement. Nice. We are at 273,000. So it's been 10 cycles since the cycle 65 check, and we've eaten meat on every cycle. Well, it looks like I missed one day because we have only increased our calorie consumption by 100,000. So it looks like every 10 cycles I go up 100,000, but I have 11 dupes, so we should be up 110. That means I missed a day, roughly. But that does mean we're on track. We're more than 50% of the way there. Another 10 cycles is 86, and I'll be at 370. And after that is just one more lump. So we are getting brisket right now. Everything's looking really nice. Look at that brisket. And 90%, 80%. Looking good. We're going to get another lump soon, so the food calories is going to be set. Good stuff. So we're going to, at this point, just start distributing the oxygen. Just going to be pulling up the lines. And then we'll likely want to run this one. So 1, 2, 3. I'll probably release oxygen here as well. So that's technically 4 lines. I could put one more to make it 5. Oh, the rock crusher's in the way. So sad. Yeah, we could run it like that. And then we want to run another one up here. We could skip this one, and then we do this one first. Second, and third, fourth. I am considering to substitute this right side with this right pipe so that we could use the middle line for the suits eventually. And then we could just dedicate this to there. Cancel that. Vent, vent, vent. That's not bad. Should be good. Why insulated pipes? It's out of habit. So one of the things we're going to be doing is chilling the oxygen. It's still running the aqua tuner. So eventually we're going to get to a nice cool degrees of 22. So we want to actually dump the cool oxygen at the location. If you use regular pipes, they're going to be heated up along the way, right? So that means your pipelines are going to cool the area from the SPOM out instead of starting at where the vents are. Now, of course, you could, avoid that if you just want to build it a lot faster with regular gas pipes. It's very fair. Or if you don't have a lot of mineral, this is expensive. But for me, I just kind of like running insulated pipes for that. So I think that's going to be pretty good. SPOM is ready. Carnivore is on track. Looking good, looking good. So the next thing we're probably going to want to do is start finding a meta refinery zone. Ideally, in the beginning, you want to find an area that has a lot of ice. And the reasoning is because we want to melt the ice and then kind of double dip, right? So we're going to look for an area with ice. It's probably going to be one of these biomes so that we could also grab the bleach stone. Makes a lot of sense. This looks pretty good because of the amount of bleach stone we have. There's also a starter amount of brine up top. Ooh, pemmican. I'll take that. You guys are not allowed to eat that, though. This is my pemmican. This wouldn't be bad, I guess. I think we do it here, just because our peak generators are right there, man. Makes way too much sense to pass up on. Yeah, use the path right there. This is oxygen. And then we'll probably want to go in from the top right here. Makes a lot of sense. Power's right there. It's hard to pass up on that if the power's right there. Yeah, so we just use the heavy watt and then maybe have a couple wheels here for additional power. That might be important. All right, aqua tuner. So go to properties and go to the uptime. This tells you how often it's running. And once it's not running, it's going to have intervals of where it's active and inactive. So right now it is pretty good. So while Oshkon's running, the hydrogen generators don't turn on as often, which allows you to accumulate more hydrogen, which means that later on when you buffer, all that buffer amount goes into the AQ. So it's pretty sweet how that works out. This is also infinite pressure. So you could see right here, we have 54 kilograms, way more than enough. And of course, we could just let this run. So the big thing about this is if you don't want to consume any more water, you just have to use the disconnect tool and then cut the pipeline. But for the most part, it's always going to be running because it's infinite pressure. So this is nice to have because buffering your oxygen means you always have it included. And that means you're halfway through the battles. All right, we got to hug the eggs. Okay, that got dug out pretty fast. Could I pitcher pump this water? Like that or something? No, that probably is bad. I want to just use that on the inside. 23, 26. The smart move realistically would be... Temperature is not going to matter too much. We don't need to use insulated. We could do here, here. No, I think I do the 2 down here. So this makes more sense then. Yeah, that's got to be the play. Then I probably do this. We don't think about that, Brian. Alright, so we're going to be setting up the meta refinery zone. You will need the meta refinery for the blast shots that we're going to be doing after the SPOM. Now, the thing with that is you always have the alternative of just rock crushing. If you're okay with wasting a lot of the metal, right? Because it's 1 to 2, so you lose 50%. The meta refinery gives you 1 to 1, so you would get double the amount of refined metal at the same cost. It's really up to you at that point. You could just have them work on that if you don't mind it, but I will be going for the more optimal setup with the meta refinery. Now, while I say the word optimal, this is going to be a very temporary setup. Our real goal is going to be melting the ice. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to go inside, get the bleach stone, so that we could start setting up the biodiesel. And then we've been setting up the phyto oil already with the sea comb, and it's accumulated to a full reservoir of it already. So at this point, we're really just trying to set up... yeah, we're just trying to prevent the gases from coming out. So we're going to be doing an oil drop lock. 2,000 grams, perfect. And then after we do that, we're going to have to go down here. And we'll start digging out. I guess we didn't need that space and we need to build a refinery there, which does work out as well. So open that up. Yeah, so the idea is we're going to use the meta refinery. We're going to try to pump in brine. And then we are going to drip the brine outside on top of the brine ice. That allows us to melt the ice and get the full return instead of mining it and only getting half. That way you could get more brine. And it's also more cold energy, right? Because it's negative in temperature. You get to utilize more of it, so it's just, you know, what I consider optimal. What's going on, Mad Fang? Welcome in, welcome in. Hello, can I get zoom out? I'd like to get a screenshot. Like this zoom out? Or you mean like this zoom out? I'm in, boys. Max zoom. Hey, the Valve Earth coming in with the raid. Shout out to you. Thank you so much for the raid, man. I see you over there. Playing some RimWorld. Yo, man. I see you over there. Coming in with the RimWorld. How's that? How's the stream? How are the pawns? I imagine you're on that new DLC. But what's good, man? Talk to us about the streams. And of course, thank you so much for the raid. How are you, my dude? I'm not gonna lie, I haven't kept up with a lot of the RimWorld DLCs in a minute. So hopefully it's been nice, man. Hopefully it's been nice. But yeah, you guys coming in with the Valve and Earth. My name is Too Legit. Just playing some Oni right now, doing more of a guided playthrough. If you guys have any questions, feel free to ask. I'll be happy to help. Outside of that, man, we just got our SPOM up, so we just included oxygen. We got a coolant system in place. Aqua tutor with pipelines, powered by the wheel and hydrogen. We are also doing Carnivore. It's going pretty well. Everything's going all right. I will have to take out this little guy. It feels bad. Okay, that was done. Let's get the meta refinery in. And then we're gonna need the pipe. So that's gonna be why we have 2 sets like that. 2 tiles for the 2 tiles. I will have to dig this out then. Though I think that's fine. Alright, alright. I want to start off with brine on the inside, so I might want to do something like bottle drain whatever brine we have from another biome, like here. That does work, right? Because then I could put a pitcher pump here, and then we'd be able to pump up the brine and then just drain it there. Oh, this one's free too. Nice. We'll wait for the second egg before we do another lullaby. Looking at the bottom, I do want to get power here eventually. This maxed out, right? Yep, and we're pumping again. Good stuff. So at some point, the oxygen should start getting pushed down pressurized. Just because we need to just pump it up. But I think for that to work really well, I need to get another one of these lines to spawn oxygen at the bottom. And I think we can. Simple setup would be something like that. But yeah, a lot of insulated pipes being made. Let them take their time, though. Let them take their time. Alright, so the blast shot maker. There is an intake. I might not need the bottle drainer then. Alright, we'll do that. And then we'll do this. Yeah, so that should be fine. We don't need the bottle drainer then. I was thinking about draining out the biodiesel. Didn't know if this actually had a liquid input. Alright, we just gotta wait for the dupes to do the thing. We're gonna need the heavy joint plate or heavy watt wire right there. Doing alright, doing alright. Not making veggie poppers yet. Pemmican is backup food because it has no spoil time. And then we need to figure out how we want to do this. I think I do something weird here. We have to spill it out this way, but drain it out here. Okay. So I think that means we got to run a weird ladder setup here. And then do a weird dig pattern. Gotta wait for the dupes to get that done, though. But we have time. We have 122 cycles. Not really a big deal. Pitcher pump there. Mop those 2. Lure plants are fine. I guess we start researching again. I'd probably want to grab, to get a little bit ahead, right? Battery module. And then I am still using the incubators. So we'll wait before we turn on the rad bolt gens, because that's going to put big strain on our peat generators. Once we get meta refinery, we can't be running everything at the same time either. Oh, what skill was this? Pyrotechnics. Okay. I got to make sure to keep that in mind as well. I got to grab 3 skill points for that. Double hug. I just spilled tea on myself. God damn it. I spilled tea on myself, fam. My bad. Give me a sec, y'all. Yeah, it wasn't that bad. It's just tea. It's no sugar or anything like that, so we're fine. Manually doing that. We got the lumlet. I mean, it's already doing the cook, so I guess we wait before you do anything with that. Not the type of tea you like being spilled. I see you over there, Timo. Alright, speed this up. The planet is discovered. Like, there's nothing hidden from us. We know where everything is. So it's really just getting the blast shot set up now. Yeah. So wait for the meta refinery. That's going to be almost done. We're going to want to bottle up the brine. And then we will have to do some weird bridging right here. Very likely like that. This is probably going to dump like right here. It makes a lot of sense. Getting the research. The lums are done. We'll turn this on. That might slow down how often we get the lums hatching, because we won't be wanting to run the incubators while this is running. Maybe after we get like... Oof, the power. We need those peat deliveries, man. Once we get like one shot in so that we're back up to 100, we'll probably turn those off again. All right, another thing we wanted to do here was the drop block setup. This kind of sucks because of how the game works. We might get a weird situation here. I'm a little worried about that. What could happen is the oil gets deleted. I'm thinking now that it's 2 CO2 tiles, we're fine. But when it was 1-1, there was a chance that was going to happen. Aw, man, you just got to build a tile. No tile builders in chat, huh? Even though it's priority 9. Nice. Okay. We gotta build this tile, man. Right here, right here. This is priority 9, my dude. What's the mineral here? Granite. Alright, there's a CO2 bubble that's causing problems. There we go. Now the oil spills. Now it falls down. We have a vacuum in the middle now. That was a very quick and easy way on how to build a vacuum lock. Now, the main reason why it's not for heat transfer that I'm doing this, I just want to use as little liquid as possible. I need a liquid that doesn't freeze at the -25. Realistically, it was just oil, nothing else. But I'm just preventing the chlorine and whatnot from coming outside. That's all it is. Now that we have that, we want to dig this. Get that there. Run that across. We will also want to dig this down. And do we still have bleach stone here? We're gonna uncheck this. We're gonna leave the bleach stone inside until we need it for the biodiesel, which is soon. But I need to get the meta refinery set up first. This will be brine auto bottle. And then we will need another power line on the inside. I might want to run a separate wheel setup for that. It might seem weird, but it's like it's a lot of power that I'm using off of the peat gens, and I'm like attaching other stuff to it. I'm just feeling like it'd be a lot better if that 240 watts was just on a wheel. Fries, I mean, we got to do carnivore. I probably don't take that. We'll just stay at 11. Dupes are sleeping. Lullaby fades in 40 seconds. Okay, we'll give it time. All right, none of this really matters. So what we're going to need is, we're going to build this out. Let's get the construction out here first. We're gonna put a tile there, and then the hot brine that gets dumped out should spill out this way. And then it's gonna go touch everything here. And then we're gonna have a little bit of like a corridor at the bottom. I think we might even want to do it right here. Maybe. Either way, I think this makes sense. Because we're gonna want the bleach stone. We could put the liquid pump right here. And then we're just gonna loop the water. And then we're gonna melt the ice to get more water. Oh, I can't build that. I might need this. Let's build the ladders too. One of them's about to charge, the other one failed because we didn't have power. Alright, priority 8 though, that's pretty good. Oh no, that one shot. That one was delayed. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. We do want the full shot though. Nice. Alright, turn that off so we can turn these on. You did need that ladder to reach on the inside. Okay. They're holding their breath. It happens. Okay. That's going to push the water to the left. We will eventually want to pump here. Oh, that's going to melt, huh? We'll do it here then. Have the water accumulate on this tile. Come on now. I guess it's a lot of chlorine. Since it is off-gassing and I don't really want that, I should turn this on. Alright, got the lullaby in. Brisket, 20,000. Oh, yeah, it's 2 days. Have that on. Biodiesel forever. We are going to want to plug that in. Vital oils in. Bump this to a 7. So they'll be able to pull bleach stone from inside or from the spin, which shouldn't be that bad. And then we're going to want to do 50 of this. We're going to need a lot of refined metal. Picking up the bleach stone. So while you're going through this, you might spawn gas or move the crude oil from the off-gassing of the bleach stone you're carrying. That happens. It's not that big of a deal, though. Should be fine in most cases. Alright, gold, just because it might get hot. And then this isn't plugged in yet. We got to build out the other stuff first. We do have enough brine on the inside, though, to get one smelt in. 600. Got that from here, most likely. I hope these guys don't have a bad time. They might, though. We'll do both of these because I kind of want this to melt. We're hoping that enough water spills into here that it's good enough. I guess you could argue the fact that we have Abyssalite here also kind of sucks. We'll deal with that later. Research is done. 1 extra rad bolt. Alright, that was battery tech. We don't really need the advanced sweeper stuff yet. We will want the large spacefarer module. We'll just get that started. We won't have Radbolt set up for that yet, though. Getting the interplanetary blast shots, though, intercosmic, is a lot more important for us. Still got 120 cycles. So I will ideally want this as close to us as possible. But we might just avoid using the resources from this. That would be the main draw, though. If you guys didn't know, when you guys shoot down the meteor, where you shoot it down spawns a point of interest. Bunch of question marks, basically. And it's going to be free resources if you have diamonds. So a lot of times you want that as close as you can. If you wait for it to be right outside before you shoot it down, you get it like here or here or here. And it's 3 points of interest in a cluster. And you get really good items on there. The new mineral type, new metal, iridium. You also have other stuff, right? Like liquid hydrogen, liquid oxygen. It's all really good. But of course, that's going to be something you're going to have to choose. You will have to shoot it down with 100 missiles. You need 100. They give you 4, so that means you need 96. Which, we're going to have to make the rest ourselves. Oh, no power there. That's a lot of power, though. 960. I might just run that on its own line. We're being lazy and just running wheels, man. Keep it lazy. 1 wheel. At some point, we won't need this anymore. 10 kilos of H2. 155 of oxygen. This hasn't gotten hot enough yet to do the door automation. We do want to pay attention to that, though, because that's kind of important to us, whether or not that works. Water for the overgrowth is doing pretty good. Lullabies are still on. If you kill it far, it gives you, like, the cartoon. But if you kill it close, it's the animation. Blowing up in a ball of light. Oh, I didn't know that. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I didn't know they had a different automation depending on where it died, I guess. Lack of better words. That's pretty cool, man. Pretty cool, pretty cool. All good, no worries, Mimic. Alright, just gotta build out the pipe. Just gonna be building this to get that power because it's 960 watts. Okay, brisket is down. Oh, we have a jawbow fillet too. Yo, man, smoked fish is back on the menu. Can't be mad. I mean, that means this lum gets to survive another 2 days. I can't be mad about that. It's free food and it's meat. I honestly really just can't be mad. Let's get rid of this. Might as well. Alright, we have a lot of pea water here. At some point, we will want to do something with it. Let's lock the doors for now. The only thing we can do down here is really just, like, mop it up. Mop up any water spills we may have. And then we might want to start pitcher pumping some of the areas. You might want to just open this. Help out this guy. Maybe connect the pools. Wouldn't be a bad idea. Releasing this water too could be kind of nice. Dig all that out. Are you planning on getting George? We could. Nothing wrong with saving George. We gotta get the good food for him, though. Otherwise, he's, not gonna join us. We could. I will want to wait till we get certain technologies first, so that it makes it a lot easier. There are certain technologies that make helping him out a lot easier. Like, I don't want to spam statues. The easiest way to deal with the decor thing that he wants is getting something called pixel packs. I might want to wait till I get that. Because if you just put, I think it's 6 pixel packs behind the house, he's happy. And they're background tiles, right? So you don't have to worry about like buildings being in the way. It's really convenient. But I think if we do that, we'll be good. Oh, was I leaving this running? Oops. Both the smokers are on. 178. Let's do a quick dump. And then that reminds me, we probably have the same thing here. Dude, look at that. The oxygen is going down. Shout out to the vent line. Boys, oxygen is now included. We did the thing, boys. We did the thing. Alright, we could dig that. Dig that. This is eventually going to be where our liquid lock's going to be, so that we could go into the blast shots with suits. Alright, so the next thing we will do after Carnivore is going to be a Rex Ranch. I think we're just going to take an existing area and then convert it into a ranch. Very temporary setup. It would work pretty easy. So I think we will do it. Let's do a quick sweep right there. Clean this up. Unrelated, how did you make the automation on the O2 auto bottler? You use doors. So if you lock the door on automation, you could cut off the path on the dupe job, and then you tie that to a dupe sensor. So when the dupe gets too close to where it needs to go, the door closes, and then the dupe will drop the bottle where he's standing. Right? So the easiest way to do that is to have a pneumatic door as a floor going horizontal, so that when you walk on top of it, items that drop go through. That way they don't loop the same bottle forever. But yeah, that's the gist of it. Hope that makes sense. Biodiesel, baby. So we need 96 times 200. What is that? 96 times 200. That's about 2 tons, right? We almost have enough. Dupe sensor, not gate door, 1920. Okay, yeah, so we're about a third of the way. That's not bad. Yeah. You're probably best to do pneumatic door to lock, because it locks immediately. And then if you want to make it easy, you would do something like this. And then you have canister drainer on this side, right? The reason why you would put a door is because they have to wait 3 seconds in front of it. So they would have to open this door. And then you would have a floor like that. And then this is on that side. And then the dupe sensor, you probably want it like right here. Or maybe right there. So even if the door opens, you know, it closes on them. Wait. 19,200. Whoa, really? Wait. 96 times 200. Oh my god, is it really that much? Dude, you need a lot of biodiesel. Dude, this is real? Hold up, man. Oh, this is a regular blast shot that I was reading 50. Oh. I read the wrong recipe. Oh, my bad. It's 200 per. Okay. So we would need 5 tons, 50 times 100 of metal. And then we would need 20 tons of the biodiesel. Okay. Roughly. Alright, that's fine, that's fine. We have it set up, so it's not that bad. I could take the batteries. We'll take the batteries. There's no water here, I don't think. Alright, so this is more or less ready. Incubators. Oh, yeah. We're going to have them do the incubators first. And then once we do the incubators, we'll turn on the meta refinery. Oh, no power. Nice. All right, so smoked fish, 22,000. We're doing pretty good. We could let this lum live another day. 2 days, maybe. And then this is going to be... Yeah, these guys are almost hatching. And then we'll be fine for the rest. Okay, so those are off. Let's do a connection here. Let this run. 50 times 100. 5 tons. So this is all we need to make. 50 things of the refined metal. Oh, you see that? The chlorine drop right there? So to fix that, you just got to put a new tile here. That makes it so that the oil gets pushed up. I'm doing this again because if they walk through and push this tile down, the chlorine and whatnot starts leaking out. And we're not going to be inside for that long. So the oxygen doesn't really matter too much. All right, pushes it up. We're going to try to delete the chlorine. And then once the oil spills back, we'll be fine. Nice. We made 2 things. All right. So this is coming out at 22. Trying to melt the tile. Not bad. So that's going to be the idea. Once we do this enough, it's going to melt. And then we're going to have water. It's going to spill over. That's going to melt. That's going to melt. Hopefully that all works out the way we need it to. And then we'll be able to start looping it at some point. All right, we're going to want to open this so we could start mopping up the water to use for the bottle. We got to use up the water from there as well. Only brine so that we only have 1 liquid type. All right, we'll be able to mop this up now. Alright, that worked out. 600 kilograms. Oxygen bubble. I see. I need to dig that. $900 kilograms. 5 degrees. Gas bubble. I didn't think the gas bubbles would be a problem like that, man. I really didn't think it would. It's looking like it will be. I guess if this warms up, this melts, and in turn kind of works out the way we need it to. All right. Oops, wrong button. Mop that out. Too much liquid. Oh, I didn't mop it out fast enough. We'll have to dig out another tile then. Alright, we're gonna dig that so the ice has contact at the bottom. Oh, come on. They breathed out CO2 the moment they dug it out. Alright, 1 more tile, boys. What a travesty. All the water here? Oh, no, we have a little bit still. Good news is that we have a decent amount of biodiesel. Bad news is that we can't use it to make intercosmic blast shots yet. 96 is how much we need. We're going to be using peat. And we need skill. Right there. So who's a tidier? Oh, Edwin. Oh, he's my chef, though. I don't want him, you know, doing that stuff. Oh, my other chef is also a tidier. What is this? Xandroth. We will allow you to make ammo. Looking like Forest over there. Okay. 83. We're at 11,000. Let's unplug this so that we could do the lullaby in the morning. We are at 13 eggs. 13 eggs is how many lums in total you need for Carnivore. We are way past the necessary amount. We are way past it. That's such a good feeling, man. When you could do Carnivore twice. You know what I'm saying? Because that's 13, and then we have 7 lums here. And then these 2 eggs aren't counted. That's 9 lums. Which in and of itself is what? 9 times 32. Almost 300k. It's like 290. It is so nice. We wanted to do a insulated tile set on this side. And we'll do it like that. So we're going to be doing an oil drop block. This side, though, is going to be for a temperature control. So what that means is we're going to try to do a drop block and then vacuum it and then hope that the temperature stays as low as it can. Ideally, I want this to be really cold. There's no opening to this, so I don't know how this warmed up to like negative. I mean, to positive. How did this warm up? Is it because of the oxygen came in at like very hot? I think though the moment we actually remove the gas, it's gonna be fine. On this side, we won't be moving mining bleachstone. We will have to move everything out initially, though. But yeah, you are right. We won't be able to technically get the vacuum in the beginning. All right, we should be able to mop this up now. I am going to stop running this pump. We have a lot of water already, and I want to start draining out my bottles. Oh, you know what I'll do instead? I'll do a second floor for that. Let's make this airflow, just so that, you know, CO2 gets down here a lot easier. And there we go. And we're going to do a separate res. And we're just going to do bottle drainers. We'll do 2. And then this shouldn't matter, but I'll do insulated anyways. We're just going to try to take all the bottled up polluted water that we have from mopping, from the toilets, and then we were going to use that for the SPOM. Oh, we got our first transfer. So what happened was that this got above 69 degrees. It got up to 69.7. The door opened, and then we added in new water. That's at 32 degrees. This already eaten up a little bit of heat from 32 to 40, right? Because it's keeping the liquid cool. And look at that. It's nice. You guys might be wondering, why do we have this weird pocket here? That's because I wanted to get the heavy watt joint plate, but as you can see here, a lot of the coolness of the room is leaking out this way. That's because this is not an insulated tile, and it kind of sucks, right? So what you could do to prevent the heat from leaking out here is having a layer of a vacuum, which is what we have. So we did 2 joint plates, keep this in a vacuum, so none of the heat from this room leaks out, because the bottom's also a vacuum, even though it's insulated as well. So that's why we have this weird thing right there. Vacuum joint plates with the heavy watts, a lot of times is going to be the best way to deal with a lot of, like, if you do a steam turbine aqua tuner, you're going to need something like that to connect the top and bottom in most cases. There are certain situations where you could avoid it. If you have the steam turbine room with a liquid on the floor, and then you run a vacuum in the other tile space. That allows you to do it, kind of. Oh, this melted. Let's go. Now it's just these tiles I need to melt. 85's almost here. Let's continue the mops. Alright, this part, we're going to do oil, but we're going to want to watch this. I am going to want to make sure nothing weird happens. That also means we're just going to allow the gases to flood in, just because it's already gas inside. But what we're going to do is we're going to try to get the feathers from these guys. I have 16 cycles before this is a problem. I'll probably want a door here as well. The reason why we want a door is so that we could have a ranch room inside for the shearing. Otherwise, we can't shear outside of a ranch, right? Outside of a stable. Am I dupes sleeping? Oh yeah, they're on downtime. I was saying, man, like, what are you guys doing? Mop this up. We're at 100 kgs per tile. One of these got lullaby, but not the other. So sad. So since oil is kind of like a scarce commodity right now, we need to make sure we don't use too much, which is why I'm trying to look over the bottle emptier. Right? We want to make sure that we only use that drop amount that we need. Realistically, we could get 2,000 grams and get the triangle setup we want. Right? The one we have right here, effectively. So there is going to be something I want to do here. The bleach stone, I'm not actually too worried about. I want to get rid of the oxygen. All right, 97.5. So we lost 7 kgs. We can unclick this. We have more than enough. And then we got to build a tile here. 2 separate gases is kind of bad. This might delete my oil. It depends. It might break depending on which gas is the one I have to push up on. Yep. All right, so the oil got deleted. That's because it has 2 separate gas bubbles, right? And that's a bad thing. This is 4 kgs. Okay. The easiest way to deal with that is just remove this tile. That's actually another reason why you didn't want to empty out the entire bottle, because you would have deleted all of it, and that would have been really sad. I shouldn't be laughing, man. Losing the oil like that sucks. I should dig this tile so that once the ice melts, it spills to the inside instead of accumulating here. Alright, so it's spilled out. We want to do this, and it's going to fall down. We could already replace the tile above. right. We'll delete that afterwards. We need to get this tile for that to work anyways. Dude, what are you doing in there? Alright, want a tile there. We are not going to open up this sign because it's going to pop the drop lock. And then we can start getting close. So we know it's here, here, here. So we'll stop right there. That deletes the gas tile. Whatever's in here is in here. We don't really mind it. And then we're going to start digging through. I think we're ready to just dig through then. So it's here, here. We want to dig out all the dew drippers. The only reason is because they're kind of warm. So I'm just going to get rid of them. The Rexes will not be able to break out. Oh, and then we're going to need a power line here for the shearing station. Alright. That's going to be through here then. And we're probably not going to dig anything here. We want this area to stay cold. Chlorine's alright, except for the fact that I don't have suits yet. But once we get suits, maybe we get rid of all the bad gases. Or we might want to get rid of bad gases, but if we get the suits, we don't have to, right? And then it's also because we're going to dig through for the bleach stone in order to make the biodiesel. So we probably just kind of let that be. Smoked fish, 1,000. I'm sorry, man. You got to grow up to the age of 8, but you got to go, man. And we got to get the lullaby. Oh, is it downtime? Oh, it's about to be. Layra, you get there in time. Get the hugs in. Oh, no, you didn't. Hug it. Thank you. Get the hugs. Oh, you were so close. Come on, man. That's like saying happy birthday and then just not telling the last line. Come on, man. You was almost done. He really was. That's so sad. All right, we'll let them eat. Afterwards, we're going to do a calorie check to see how close we are to Carnivore. Ooh. 2 missiles in. Let's go. I want to look at that to see when we hit 96. We want to make sure you do the intracosmic. Dude, he saw the cake and was like, I'm eating this first, man. Why we singing again? I don't know, man. We got this cake, though. Oxygen not occluded. All right, so we're at 344. That is exactly 2 lums worth of meat for the rest of this. So we're good. There's 2 more lums. One of them just died. So it looks like after we do this, these 2 eggs, we won't need to do any more incubation, which means we could remove this, get a little bit of refined metal back, and we can just let the lums do their thing. Now, of course, we will probably not have brisket anymore because of how I want to play this and how we're going to be doing the Rex Ranch. But I think it's going to make sense. Oh, yeah, we probably use this line for oxygen, right? So I guess we could start setting up a couple suit docks here. Realistically, 3 is more than enough. We're gonna run it off of the middle line, so we'll just do it like that. And then we'll eventually get another suit dock up here. Alright. Let's get the lullabies in. Briskets being made. We're hugging. Let's go. Oh, this guy just got the end of the song. That was it. Oh, man. So sad. You didn't get anything else. You just got the end of the song. Alright, let this run again. Feeding in. This is going to start spilling over. So we're just waiting for this to melt. At 14, I think. Which we're already at on this tile. Yeah, I guess a little bit more is not going to hurt. This is at minus 11. Yeah. Alright, not bad. We will want Suit Forge. Oh, I don't have to refine metal for that. We're making some, I guess. Where can I have this? This is at 2007. That's the same 7 line. And then the Rad Bull line. Okay. We'll probably just put it here. That should work out. 5 degrees positive. Minus 16. All right, we're getting there. This is going to melt soon. It's going to be nice. Still got brine from everywhere, I think. This melted some. That's brine. Okay, so we might actually want to open this up. So we would want to dig that. 3, 3, 3. And then I think we want to open this part. Because I think we're going to have to put the pitcher pump kind of low in order to reach the bottom. Still waiting on that. Bop the plants. Get the construction. Get rid of the ladders now. Lullaby is good. Brisket's being made. We will go back to sweat corn though after we finish carnivore. I want to try this game, but I'm afraid there's nothing to be afraid of, man. Everything's gonna be all right. Everything's gonna be okay. There's nothing to be afraid of, my dude. What is it that you're scared of, if it's anything at all? But I will say, though, that this is a very time-consuming game. Not that it's time-consuming in general, but more so that once you start playing it, you're going to want to keep playing it. And it's going to become what's known as a time sink. I remember when I first got the game, I played... Yeah, that's exactly what I'm describing right now. I'm afraid of getting hooked and going too deep. I played, I think it was 75 hours in the first week of buying this. And I'm not gonna lie, man. I didn't know that I was playing for 75 hours. I was just playing the game. And then I saw on my Steam, you know, it kind of shows you the accumulated playtime. After a week, I was like, wow, 75 hours? I was impressed, man. I lost track of time. So make sure you have, like, you know, accumulated vacation days. I don't know. Something. Alright, can we beat this? Oh, we got it, boys. I don't think it's gonna work, but we could try. I think they're gonna force cancel that, given how that works. But yeah, man, it's fun. It's fun, though. I will say, it's fun times. It is fun times, man. Oh, yeah, we didn't get the mop. Feels bad. There is a good amount of depth in the game. To give you an idea, though, the best way to describe this game is it's a thermodynamic simulator. There's a lot of heat, a lot of different temperatures. This is minus 22C. This is 28C positive. This is 40C positive. This is 60C positive. Magma is at 1500C. This game is basically a thermodynamic simulator masked as a colony management game. And this is by far probably the best thermodynamic simulator in the game out of every video game out there. No other game has a system like this, which is why this is like really cool. Every game that you do anything in that has temperature related, it doesn't actually matter because it's usually isolated to a single instance, whether it's a building, the product that comes out. It never heats up the environment to the way that this game simulates it, right? So it's like you play RimWorld, you know, you got to have AC for the food, right? You get a cold storage, and then you got to dump the heat somewhere. But like, that's really it, right? A building does all of that. If you do meta refinery in any video game, you have some building that magically converts it. It'll be, oh yeah, it's making really hot temperatures. Yep. Seems legit. And you kind of just roll with it, right? In this video game. This game actually, you know, gives you the option of using the building to do the state change from, let's say, water to ice. Or you could do a building that makes the area cold and then you drip water into it. And then you make your own ice maker. And then that's where a lot of the gray area starts to become interesting. Do you just invest into the building or do you go into the complicated system? Right? So I guess an example would that would kind of be something like this. We are trying to utilize this water and then splitting the water into hydrogen and oxygen because it's H2O. Now the thing is that the temperature of it's at 30 degrees. Given how the electrolysis works, the oxygen that results comes out at 70 Celsius. So instead of just feeding the water directly, we heat up the water first so that we could feed it hot water instead of cold water. And then by doing that, we could use this machine to control the temperature. Instead of having the water be the coolant itself, we use a machine that uses a different coolant instead. So it becomes better and more controlled, right, in the environment. So we in turn get 20 degrees hydrogen and oxygen instead of around 30. Now, of course, you could just use algae. Oh, I still have these running. I got to remove these. And then the temperature of the algae becomes the temperature of the oxygen. That would be your starter source. But then it's like you want to move away from that later on and find a renewable source to do all the things that you want to do. And then it gets even more in depth. Later on, you start to realize that there's some endgame resources that if you convert manually, you get double the yield. In which case, you always want to get double, right? So it becomes a thing of efficiency later on. In the beginning, though, it's more so an option. But it's always going to be better in most cases to make your own system than to rely on the building. Because the buildings usually have like some sort of penalty. Whether it's power consumption, whether it's turnover rate. Like this one, it's 100 becomes 50. This building is 100 to 100, but it uses a lot more power. About 4 times, 5 times. Yeah, it's actually 5 times because it's 240 to 1200. So then it's like you could save power if you just use the metal on the magma directly. And then cool down the magma later on. But then how do you cool it down? And it's just like, it's a rabbit hole. But that's why the game's fun, man. It sounds like you're exactly right in how it's a game that will consume your time. 100%. All right, point 2. If this goes down to 14 negative, this is going to melt. You can see the melting animation on it. I just have 1,700 hours in Oni. Yo, man, that's pretty decent, actually. Can't be mad about that. All right, we're going to do that mop job again. Hopefully it works. All right, we just have to click this ASAP. There we go. And then we got to wait for someone to mop it. And then hopefully we mop enough in that one instance. Oh, they're going to go on downtime. Timo, wait till tomorrow, buddy. Nah, we'll let you do it. Nice. We were able to continue the mop. So tomorrow, when we start mopping again, we could mop the entire thing. Good stuff, good stuff. We have Brisket, so he gets to live another day. And then we are no longer going to be doing incubator stuff. All right, let's get rid of this. And then we're going to be back to the sweat corn. We'll start cooking that again soon. I need to wait for the brisket to be finished, though, at the same time. Looks like they do prefer the brisket. Pretty nice. Wow, is it minus 13.5? It is minus 13.5. Okay, so there's a 3-degree state change rule, so it has to be in minus 13.5 in order for it to actually melt, even though it lists at 16 negative. The list is off, right? You could see that, because it's telling me I should have this melt. We'll get it soon, and it's gonna fall, everything's gonna leak out, it's gonna be nice. Come on. That's the magic number. Where's the water at? There it is. And you can see that we're getting nice brine. Good stuff. So by doing that, we are able to have the brine do the good stuff. With this initial loop, though, we're going to build the tile right here. So what that's going to do is it's going to make the water keep spilling over like that and then melt this tile, and then we're going to melt that tile. At least that's what the plan's going to be. Melting gives you more of the resource, so we're going to want to do that anytime we can. No power on the line. We could connect it. It's fine. Probably want to do that. How come? Oh, ha. This ladder's in the wrong spot. I was wondering what was happening here. I want the shearing station. Perfect. This room size is 81 tiles. Perfectly fine. We'll get suits at some point. For now, though, we're just going to be charging it up. Give me my brisket. Oh, finished the mop. Looking good. Nice. So then now... Oh, it's not spilling because of the gas. Oh, that's unfortunate. I'm hoping the oxygen combines to one bubble and will allow it to push out. If this melts, though, because this is in contact with this tile, and this tile is already below minus 13, and this melts as a result, we're good. And that's actually also okay. And then we're going to be able to loop the waters, because it's really cold. Alright, nice. That got done. Bumped these to a 7. Okay. So the plan here is going to be very, very simple. This is going to take some time to cool down, but once it does, the plan is going to be simple. We are going to be shearing these guys for the feathers, because they actually have feathers. Right? You get feathers. And we need those feathers to make suits, which is what we have here. So we will want to make suits. It does use the metal that we're making over here, so we're going to have to add a little bit more to this. So 2 suits, how much is that? 300 each. So we got to add 6 to this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That way we have enough to make our ammo. Oh, wow. 7 ammo shots. Looking pretty legit. We have a lot of vital oil still. It looks like we're just missing bleach stone, which we have right here. It's looking pretty good. All right, so let's dig through. We could probably dig out all of this bleach stone now. All right, so this guy got his butt shaved. This is, you know, if you guys have pets, you actually have to do that. Otherwise, the hair around their butt gets so long that it starts getting pooped on every time they poop. So you gotta shave their butts. They'd be like that sometimes. You gotta do it for their health, man. Okay, this is at 91, and this guy's alive. We probably don't even need to incubate this anymore. We just kind of let this sit. Brisket's at 11,000. I'm sorry, buddy. You're gonna be the last one we eat. So I am cutting in a little bit close. We're at cycle 88. I might get done at around 95. Oh, printable. What do we got? I don't need to take another dude. We good. This guy's flatulent and he's stinky. Oof. We'll take the mellow seed. All right, let him work on that. We will want to dig this. I'm considering putting a wheeze ward inside. I am. Not because I want the radiation, but I want the wheeze ward to chill down the top half of the room. It is relatively close. I'm just worried that the phosphorite we bring inside warms up the room. That's a chance that happens. If it was a wild wheeze, it'd be a lot better. Alright, let's put the suits in when we can. Oh, the other guy's a baby. 90% growth. Okay, it's bad at hunting. And then we will want to put a feeder inside. Alright, got some bleach stone to continue the biodiesel. Have a lot more too, so I'm not really too worried. Ooh, got the melt. Let's go. Alright, we just got this last tile. Little bit of liquid there at -9. That's a lot better than gas contact, to be honest. Ooh, we could dig that tile so that it doesn't chill this tile. So we are going to be doing the feeder after Carnivore. So I want to wait, but I want to have everything built first, right? So we're just not going to select the tough meat yet. But you got the idea, man. You got the idea. We're going to be finishing up Carnivore with the brisket. Once we get that done, we are going to feed the meat to the Rex. And that's going to be provided by the lumps. Because we're not going to eat the brisket anymore. We're just going to rely on the veggie poppers. And we still have a lot of sweat corn, more than my colony could eat. And we could double the calories still. Right? Sweat corn just double. So we're going to be great, man. We're going to be great. All right, we're gonna dig this so that we could allow the brine to pool up right there. But I want the bleach stone, right, to make the fuel. 19. So we could actually artificially speed this up. We could. If we build a tile here, it actually helps it out a lot. I guess we could do that. Build this tile. Depending on the temperature of the tile, it might be a positive value like this. And then the contact should cool it down a lot faster. Making the brisket. So we're going to check on cycle 90 how we are on the... Ooh, that's healthy. 427. How we are on the calories for that. Oh, this is ready. So this is pea water. Auto bottle. Bump that to a 7, I guess. So we just want to take all the toilet water we have right here. Whether it's these bottles or these bottles. Oh, it looks like most of them are already taken away. That way we don't have any more sources of polluted oxygen. And then we just clean it up with deodorizers right now. And I will do that. We're going to get deodorizers on the left side right here. Okay, we didn't get one here. It feels bad. Okay. And then... we'll do that. Looking good. Looking good. Waiting for that. We still need one more suit. We can't select forever. That kind of sucks. Hey, Tax. Coming in with the raid. I see you over there, Tax. How are you? Welcome in. Welcome in. Shout out to you, Tax. Hope you're having a good stream. Playing some Mind Over Magic. Yo, man. I see you on the Mind Over Magic. One of the other Clay published games. Yo, man. I'm still waiting for a little bit more stuff. I haven't been seeing if they had any new updates, though. I probably should check. Though I will say I'm going to need someone to, like, teach me the ways. Welcome in, Ashmania. Ashmaniacs. I see you over there, man. Welcome in, welcome in. If you guys don't know Tex, I don't know if it still plays Skylines. Because I don't even play it anymore either. But, yo, man. Tex used to be one of the OG City Skylines players, man. Back in the days when City Skylines was cool. Feels bad what he did with the sequel, though. Nonetheless, man, guys, check out Tex. Tex is really cool. Check the man out. Drop the man a follow. Check out his content. Right now, it seems I think Tex is doing a lot more variety. But yeah, Mind Over Magic. Last time, I think he was playing something else. More of, you know, simulation games, though. But yeah, if you guys don't know Tex, check the man out. Drop the man a follow. Doing good. Good to hear. Good to hear. How are you? We doing all right. Doing all right. Man, my kitty cat, he woke up early in the morning and he started dry heaving. And he had to cough up a hairball. So I was in bed, panicked, not knowing what's going on because he was dry heaving. And I had my hands in front of his mouth. And then he just threw up in my hands. I went to dump the stuff out to a trash can and he vomited again. And then I had to wash all my sheets. Bed sheets, blanket, duvet, you name it, man. I had to wash all that. So that was a great start to my Fridays. Kitty cat's all right. He's hanging out. I'm actually going to go check out on him right now. See where he's at. He's good. He's just hanging out by the window like a kitty cat. But yeah, he had a bad hairball. It was the first one this year, and it's August, so I'm honestly not too mad. I try to do my best with brushing him and whatnot, but, you know, the cats still get hairballs from time to time. Otherwise, though, we're doing pretty good. Oni run right now. Doing more of a guided playthrough. Let's check this out, might as well. 75,000 calories out of 400. So in theory, in 3 cycles, if I have the food, which we should, we'd be able to get Carnivore, which is one of the achievements that you could fail. So otherwise, we doing all right, man. Everything is going pretty good. Oh, this went down like 5 degrees instantly. This was at 19. Now it's at 14.8. That's really good. But yeah, progressing well. Oni's treating me good, at least for now. And we're doing all right, man. Tex, have you ever thought about checking out Oni? I don't know if this is something you would enjoy, but yo, man, Oni's a pretty fun time. I guess to the people that don't play a lot of Oni and are thinking about it, I started playing this game because I was getting wrecked in RimWorld. So I was playing RimWorld and I kept getting wrecked. And I was doing Cassandra no reset runs. And I kept losing, you know, around the time you do the spaceship launch. So I got frustrated with the game. And then Oni came out. And I was like, oh, it's a colony management game too? I'll check it out. Someone in my community bought it for me. Shout out to Stupapega. And then from there, that was history. Fell in love with the game. And everything was awesome. But yeah, if you guys have any questions about this game, let me know. I'll be happy to help. Having fun with the game, but still learning and taking it slow. I thought about it. Yo, man. It's a deep game, so if you do get into it, there's going to be a lot to learn, which I want to say is a good thing, because that means there's a lot more fun, right? Crow, Locked Crow, what are you using to supply your Hydra? This geyser. We got the 30 degrees polluted water vent with the special food poisoning seasoning. Sometimes you got to season the water, you know? So this is good stuff, man. We just did the simple, you know, infinite pressure box. I'm not having that hooked up right now. I should really plug that back in. So I didn't have that plugged in because I was using bottle drainers to take polluted water from my toilets to make into oxygen instead. And also from the peat gens because I'm mopping this up. But otherwise, yeah, using the geyser. Eventually, we're going to tap this as well. This is actually cool enough for me to go inside. So I might want to tap that soon. Probably want to grab that bleach stone as well. Get a dig right there. Maybe keep that one. No, it doesn't matter. I saw Bo was wondering if that's what you're using. Forgot that stuff on Relica can live at 30. Yeah. Well, I also have a built-in aqua tuner loop into my build. So we have the AQ at 22, which is what we set that to. And it's working pretty well. 24 degrees, 400 kgs, and then hydrogen's at 28. We run a supplemental wheel battery combo on the outside so that we could actually keep up with the aqua tuner demand for power. But this is my patented no steel, no plastic AQ early game setup that you get very early. As long as you get aqua tuner tech, that's really all you need. Because if you get AQ tech, you have reservoir. And then the only thing you would need on top of that is the mech door. I guess also automation, because that's what we're using a lot of. But yeah. Add in the automation, man, you get some early game solutions. It's sweet. Okay. Once this cooks and they eat today, we will be at 386,000. And then we would just need 2 more meals. Yeah. So there's a lot of caveats to this. If you use a water that off gases, you're gonna have to add 2 more of these doors so that you could do a vacuum automation. But the big thing is that you have a vacuum so that the temperature of this water and the temperature of that water doesn't actually interact. Because one thing that can happen is if you have your reservoir filled with water, right? And then you heat it up so fast that it actually, you know, has to sit in here for a while. That usually never happens though, but in the off chance you do, or you have gas inside, it's gonna slowly heat it up, so that's kind of like redundant. So having that vacuum is pretty big. I do have this build on YouTube if you're curious, but for the most part, trapdoor. Once it gets above 69, the door opens and then the water just drops. And then we pump it and feed it to the electrolyzer. We have this reservoir on priority so that everything on the back is a backup line, so that the hot water gets used first, right? You want to be as close as you can to 70 because of how the electrolyzer works, which is why we chose 69. Nice. But yeah. Oh, you probably want to look at the automation. This is a water sensor. Select water here to stop the liquid vent from adding water. And then AND gate, filter gate, buffer gate. Very simple, very simple. Well, I mean, I think it's simple. I think it's simple. Might be just me though, you know. All right, we need them running the wheel for the other pumps. I might as well add this. There we go. Default 5.5. You could lower it to 3.3, nothing lower than that. But you could just leave it on default, 5.5. I'm kind of lazy sometimes. I just leave it on the default value. I still play cities, puzzle games sometimes. I never match caught my eye, so I've been playing it for like 2 weeks. Nice. I try to get into that. I feel like I need for that game to be like full release. Or is it full release already? Like, I need something other than just sweeping items in the early game. It's so tough, man. It just feels like that's all you're doing in the beginning. Gotta get this material. All right, man. Gotta go sweep it. I'm just kind of like, man, this is tough, man. This can't be all we do. There is like some of the turn-based battling stuff, but that's like very minimal. All right. We got the water right there too. I'd say it's simple. I always mean to try out new designs for whatever contraptions I make, but I always end up just doing the same thing. And then I'm like, well, time to start a new run and do it again. Yeah, I feel you with that. Though I will say that I normally think about the contraption and then use that as the basis of my new run. So that way it's kind of like you go in with the idea that I'm going to be using this, you know? I mean, you don't have to do it like that, but that's what I do. It's like, I want to build something new. I'll try to cater my run around that build. That way, you know, it kind of forces you to do it, man. I know I have that problem because I build this SPOM all the time, but I've never had a need to not build this SPOM. I guess this is one of the things where sometimes a build gets too good, everything becomes obsolete, and you kind of just want to build this because it solves all your problems. I'm at that point in the game, but I'm also like 5,000 hours playing this. So it's one of those things where it's like, I've played this for so long, man. I've seen everything. I've played this game on release, and I've kept playing it till today. So that's what, 2-3 years? 2-3 years, roughly, yeah. Played it with all the DLCs, all the good stuff. Not getting stuck, let's go. Oh no. Please don't jip at yourself. I gotta watch this guy. Okay, he's not building the tiles that will get him stuck. Oh, he's good. He's good. Maybe I was wrong to doubt the dupes. On the what's that? What's the triple P? What is the triple P? Is that like a new wrestler? Like Triple H? Oh, that's a new DLC. Wow. I'm not gonna lie, that did not like click for me. I like it. I really like how you have this mechanic. I just wish this was something you could sprinkle on any other playthrough. Like I wanted an ability to kind of turn it on like a story trait where you could add Demolier to a Terra start, to a Oasis start, to a radioactive swamp start. You know what I'm saying? I just kind of would wish you have more customization with the new mechanic. Now, of course, for that same reasoning, I wish that also existed for the Frosty Planet Pack and the Blasted Ceres stuff with the geothermal vent stuff. I wish you had that on, like, not the starter planet, but like you have one of the discoverable planets that's not connected via teleporter. And then you would have that, you know, objective on the printing pod. I just wish you had that, man. That would have made it so much better. Because playing on Relica is cool, but it's going to get stale, right? Like, that's just the nature of how the playthroughs work. It will eventually get stale. So having that would be an awesome update. Devs, if you hear me, man, if you're out there, that's kind of what I would ask for if I could ask for anything. Otherwise, though, I like the dinos. It very much seems like they were playing around with new mechanics, because we do have a land critter that feeds on other critters, and we have an aquatic critter that does the same thing, right? No flying critters that eat anything, but I feel like they're just testing out like a predator mechanic like that. I do enjoy it though, but it's mainly because of the meteor. I really like this concept. Out of the recent, what is it, 3-4 DLCs we've got in the last 6 months, last year, I might want to say this one is my favorite. I didn't enjoy Frosty Planet Pack. I thought it was kind of meh. I thought Bionics was going to be a lot better than it ended up being. Because initially I was like, oh man, you get Bionic dupes. It's cool. It's going to allow you to do so many more things. We just lack a lot of the updates that we got with Spaced Out. That I feel like if they just did that for Bionics and Frosty Planet Pack, it would work out a lot better. It's just that it doesn't feel like we have everything. Or not so much we don't have everything. It feels like there's a couple more buildings that if they added would have made everything a lot better. Like we don't have a way to kind of separate Bionics and non-Bionics via the door. That way you don't have to worry about having to micromanage on this bottom list your Bionic dupes, so that you don't have them accidentally going into the outhouse. Like, you could argue maybe have everyone on a different schedule so that you could use the same 2 gunk extractors. Because if you have 2 gunk extractors and 4 Bionics and they're on the same schedule, 2 of them are going to use it. The other 2 are going to use the outhouse or a toilet. And that kind of sucks, right? You and I have, like, the exact opposite opinions on the DLC. Ah, man. I mean, I initially thought Bionics was going to be good. It ended up not being that great. But, you know, initial impression for that. But I will say this DLC is probably, out of the 3, my favorite. But yeah, I didn't like Frosty Planet Pack. It didn't add anything of value. Because the problem with Frosty Planet Pack, and also you could say this one too, was that a lot of the stuff you got is specific to the cold planet. Now, we did get the smoker, which is amazing. But like a lot of the Frosty Planet Pack stuff, in my opinion, if you're not on that cold planet, none of the stuff is noticeable. Like nothing is viable from that DLC. You wouldn't use a wood burner outside of a cold planet, right? You're never gonna have wood and cold that often. I guess there's one planet start that has that, Frozen Forest. And then like once you get power, you're probably gonna want space heaters, just because you're not gonna be burning a resource. The heater mechanic in of itself is pretty flawed. It's not reactionary. They just take it as a buff every day. And then yeah, there's like almost nothing that converts to a normal playthrough. It's very similar with this DLC too, but you do get the smoker, which is a huge impact. But yeah, the reason why I didn't like the Frosty Planet Pack was because of that and the changes to the temperature. I really didn't like how they made it so that if you touch liquid, you start freezing. I mean, that's probably because of when I started playing the game. I lived through years of touching water doesn't slow you down. Now touching water always slows you down. It makes you go to sleep earlier. And, you know, all that bad stuff with chilly surroundings. But before it wasn't like that. It was so much better. I've been thinking about taking a break and playing a puzzle game that I started a while ago. I see you. Yeah, man, it wouldn't be bad. But yeah, Mind Over Magic was missing something for me to really, like, really enjoy. But yeah, different opinions. It's fine. Nothing wrong with that. I am having a much better time with this than FPP, though. All right. Brisket, 9,000, no more. So we should be at 99. 98, 700. So we should be at Carnivore. Good stuff. So you guys could see we didn't really sweat too bad to get the Carnivore done. Just 2 incubators. We had 3 lum ranches. We spawned with 5 lums in our biome. And then we started ranching with those initial 5. After that, we just added 1 more that we got from the first egg. And then we were good. We were great. So getting Carnivore with the lums is pretty easy. You really just need 13 lums. Push come to shove, if you guys have more calories you need to consume and you have the dupes to eat it, you could take out these lumps as a backup, as each one of them is 32,000 calories of meat once you cook it. So if you really do need to, you could eat these guys. This guy's about to hatch. All right, let's clean that up. We'll just let this hatch real fast. This melted too. Nice. All right, so the temperature might be picking up. We might need to move where we want to start getting the liquid pump to be. I think the next one is here. Makes a lot of sense. So let's do our S-shaped digging. And then we'll fill this up with ladders. And we'll likely want to go down to here. And then I think what we do is we do a dig pattern so that the water doesn't spill down here, but goes on top of the ice. So like these right here wouldn't be bad. Well, I need to keep that to kind of jump over the bleach stone. And then we do want to avoid digging the ice because we're trying to melt it right now for a little bit more water. Should be good. He's alive, boys. Get the metal back. Okay, that means once we're ready, we could start feeding these guys tough meat. Now, the logic with this play is going to be simple. This is a cold area. If possible, you want it to be at minus 18. It will get to there eventually. It just takes a little bit of time. And when you build the buildings, you know, they're going to be warm. So it's going to take time for the buildings to get cooled down. And we're using chlorine, right? So this means that any food we put into the critter feeder is going to be refrigerated, if not deep freeze. And then you have chlorine gas. So that's going to be sterile. So this allows you to take all your tough meat from the Lum Ranch and just keep it here. And then the Rexes are going to be chilling. They're going to have meat. They're not going to have to eat the dartles. If anything, I might actually take out the dartles. That also means I'm probably not going to want to do barbecue anymore. And then we're going to do meat over here as well. I might as well put a critter drop off. And then we are at 81. We could dig out more tiles so that we could hit the amount we want to hit. All right, you guys can eat from this, man, if you guys really want. Look at this guy. All right, so we have 13 blast shots at the moment. Everything's working pretty well. We want to get that. We want to go down here. We see this to be the next spot. All right, so once we get that done, we're going to want this. And then we'll start mining the... You know what? We'll do that. Because we want the bleach stone, right? In order to get the biodiesel. Oh. Carnivore. I'm in. Cycle. What cycle is this? 92. Good stuff, boys. We got the carnivore. So that means no more brisket. The reason why we say no more is because we're going to be feeding the tough meat to the Rexes. It's all veggie poppers. I guess if we get smoked fish, that's just free. That's good. Not cooking barbecue. We do the millets again. Good stuff. Good stuff, good stuff. Okay. These... Oh, oops. We're fighting the dartles. These guys. Let's bump the priority. There we go. Oh, can you not mark? Oh, no. There we go. I don't mind the Rex now. I've got one ranch of 6, making enough fiber with 24 dupes, and I have 2,000 until cycle 462. Dude, I did one Rex by himself, and I was feeding him meat on the critter feeder, and I had enough suits. I think I made 20 suits in like 20 cycles, and then I had leftover feathers still. It was insane. I was feeding one Rex and then I was realizing that I have a lot more tough meat than I anticipated, so I filled it up to 4, and I ended up getting like 100 something feathers. It ended up just being way too much. I've been ripping the paintings too. Yo, I see you over there. Dude, man, the Rexes are really nice. It really is, man. It really is. It only sucks if you try to do the freaking feed mechanic where you feed them a whole critter. That's the part where it starts to be like, okay, that kind of sucks. All right, we're going to put this. We're going to have 4. We're going to put a mesh tile here. And then we're going to put grooming station. Legit, your early game AT setup guide, YouTube, one from 3 years ago? No, it's the one from 3 years ago. I do go through it in the VOD pretty in detail on today's stream. So, Belinda, if you don't mind waiting, I have to wait till the stream is finished and then I gotta hit publish. And then you could see it. We have all the automation. We talk about the SPOM. You might want to wait for this one because it's combined with the SPOM too. But it would be on the VODs. Oh, my man's angry. Let's move the eggs to here. So that it can't move once he hatches. Let's get that in. 80 tiles, right? Let's dig these tiles because I wanted the bleach stone. It's the old one you're talking about from 3 years ago. I only have one video that goes over it. Using the feeder is 100% the best, man. It's not even close. It doesn't feel like... Like, if they made it so that the Rexes didn't have RNG to eat, I feel like it would be a lot better to, like, feed them whole critters. But it's... That RNG is really bad, man. When you don't tame it, they can't eat anything. And when you do tame it, you have to tame the other critter as well. It's one of those things that's like... I wish this was just a lot better before I would be willing to use it. But yeah, it is like missing something, man. Oh, that reminds me. We're probably going to have to do... You had the same Rex eating all the time. That's another thing. They just eat. It feels like it also is better if they had one Rex per room. I feel you with that, man. Okay. Are you stuck? Oh, you got stuck. Damn it, man. I was hoping that didn't happen. A man got confined. The funny part is it's in the part that's like... You don't see his body, man. That's so jank. Alright, this is good. We're gonna move the new pump there. Move that up. Ladder onto the tile, and we'll get the wire in. I blocked on his pinky. Yo, man, it has the T-Rex arms, you know? He got the T-Rex arms right in front of him. We got his hands stuck in the cookie jar. AKA mesh tile. I guess I should do that. We need to lower the pitcher pump so we could reach the waters. Alright, so at this point in the game, we finished Carnivore. We are going to be moving on and transitioning back into Veggie Poppers. The big thing with that is we're going to be using the tough meat that we're getting from the lums on the Rexes so that we can get feathers. I found that this is going to be the best way to feed them. They have a lot easier of a time if this happens. I may also want to put a tile here. This tile is going to effectively prevent the Rexes from climbing down. They cannot hop on top of a single tile. See, what happens is that their heads are so heavy that when they're trying to balance on a single tile, they tip forward and then they fall on their face. So that happened when he was little. So he doesn't want that to happen again when he's an adult because it's going to look bad on him. They don't think it be like it is, but it do, man. Even Rexes get embarrassed sometimes. Yo, man, you better move out, man, before you get stuck inside. Oh, he's saying hello to the other guys trying to help him out. Okay. Someone get this guy. Thank you. We got the freedom. I like how we immediately wrangle them. Alright, so once that's done, we're at 83. And then we need to do that 13 tiles. That's going to be enough to get max ranch size. And then we'll be able to get to the 6 ranch setup. Not bad, not bad. We'll probably want to wrangle this guy, move him out. All right, we're still pumping here. This is already at 29. Okay. I am going to cut the power off of that side. And then we're just going to let the water start spilling down. I do want to finish building this out first, though. So we're going to have it spill down this way. I guess we could do that now. And then we could still make the jump so that this ice melts. And then we'll have it try to melt this setup right here afterwards. Should work out, should work out. Okay, this little lock's almost ready. This is going to be how we get to space. So I do want to test this up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for now. And then we know that we're going to do this pattern. You could run it straight through. That's really just up to you. And then we're just going to run this off of this. We will want power here. I'll have to think about how I actually connect that. Oh, I don't need the glass forge anymore. I only needed this to get the initial emulsifier. Everything's pretty good. So we're going to be getting suits to do the next step, which is going to be shooting down Demolier. You guys should be making blast shots like I am. The seed comb from a lot earlier in the game, that gets plant pulverized into phyto oil. Add that in with the bleach stone at the emulsifier, and we get biodiesel. And then the biodiesel plus the peat plus the metal of choice, in our case it's going to be nickel, is being made. We're at 3,000. I think we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Another 6. So let's just go up to 25. Because we're probably going to want to make some more suits soon. Oh, I got to dig that tile. Right, so they can't jump up. I'm not even kidding. They can't jump up. So it's pretty nice. Made my first amber melter. Seems okay. Runs 3 oil presses full time. Oh, you melted it by itself. Nice. I have not tried to make that yet. I'm just going to be using the amber resin here for when I get plastic. I see you over there, though. Do you get more resin and no sand? Is what I'm imagining. I don't know how the ratio balances once you actually get that done. It was tube time? What is that? (22 degrees). Just wait for that to melt. Oh, it was... Oh, the dupe time. I see what you're saying. I guess that, yeah. If you could fully automate that, it's not bad. Getting that to be fully automated, though. Without having it boil a second time, which is scary, right? Oh, we got second feathers. Nice. That's another 600 we just lost, which is why we actually added more here. This being hot means we could probably start digging a lot of this. Yeah. We'll try to dig everything here. And then once we can dig that, we would actually want to do this tile and be able to reach that as well. Yeah, that works. That's not bad. Free up the abyssalite. Smokers are good. Calories are going to be going up because Veggie Poppers is OP. Third Rex. I think I will make that weird setup I was thinking about. So this is 96. We do that. We lose 8 tiles. So that means we could bop these. They shouldn't be able to do anything there. And then we could do these two. We could probably move the door to a different spot. Don't want a new dude yet. So, free up 2 tiles. That doesn't really seem worth. I guess we could go down this way. Let's bump this up. So we are at 100. We're at 92, 94, 96. And that's perfect. Yeah. So I want to do this because I want the bleach stone. And then we're going to get a room issue like this anyways. Alright, back up 92, dig that. That's good. This is a separate room now, so there's no problems here. And then we're going to use this room for the egg room for this to work. Get the feathers. So this is just going to slowly do its thing. We are using wheel power. We could attach this to get more missiles faster. But we can take our time with this. We have 106 cycles. I kind of want the meteor to be close anyways before I shoot it down. We only need 82 more, which is a good amount actually. Second battery wouldn't be bad. Made a 8x8 room filled with hydrogen. Put amber on the rails. Auto door to transfer heat from iron volcano set to 100. Had to use a rail with low thermal conductivity of amber at 0.17. Okay. Yeah, that's the thing. I was like, it kind of sucks, man, to do amber to resin. Because it's 95, but then this boils at 125. So I was thinking the safe thing would be run the igneous rock that you get from magma until it's at 125. And then use that to heat up the amber. But I was like, that takes way too long. That takes way too long to do all that, man. Alright, we should be able to do all this. And then I do think we do our ladder setup. This is probably going to be dug out. Keep the ice there, so we're probably going to try to do that. We could go down, go up. Not a big deal. Probably want to grab that too. Alright, we will probably not tap this today. Doesn't seem too bad. I'm thinking basically just a geothermal F store to control the heat, run amber through the rails on the loop until it melts. That's honestly like probably gonna be fine. It's just that the off chance, so it's how I play the game, I guess. I like situations to minimalize risk. So if you see me do something, it's because it's low risk or I've mitigated the risks from happening. So it's like in here, right? If you ever get a gas in any of these pockets that I'm highlighting on the electrolyzer, the build breaks, right? You get a CO2 anywhere here in that area. You get hydrogen here instead of at the bottom. It's going to break it, right? You get oxygen anywhere here instead of the top. It's going to break it. So you minimize that by just don't allow dupes inside and then liquid lock, right? And then you're good. Nothing goes in and you're pumping everything else out. But it's like, I like to have that safety. That little bit of safety, man. It's 100% just how I play the game, though. I will say that. I just like to play the game that way. If you're willing to take more risks, you know, dude, props to you. But yeah, I'm just a little weird like that. Could use any heat, really. The automated door would just stop heat transfer. 100C, so I never overheat the amber. I see you, I see you. I'm sketched out because of how there's the door glitch. There is a door glitch in the game where the door is open and it still transfers heat. And I've had that happen literally the last time I did geothermal power. Where I got up to, I think it was like 400 degrees. Doesn't that happen if it's unpowered? So I heard the same thing. I was powering my door, but it happened one time. So I'm thinking maybe if the game starts lagging a little bit too much, it has a chance of happening regardless. But yeah, I know about that. Unpowered door has that happen. So I'm thinking it could be also that I've been lagging because I was, you know, I was on the lab map, right? Where you get 10 cycles to survive the meteor hit. I want to say I might have accumulated too much lag on the map because the map's pretty big. And I was doing the tear, so I've had other planets discovered. So I don't know, man. I do see what you're saying because that's what I read too. Not gonna lie. That was the same thing that I read. We do these two. I guess we could do that one and then we do the next airflow. And then we just have to wait on that. Hey man, can we not deliver the suits? It would be kind of nice. Yeah, I do not have fast track. That is one thing that I have been thinking about getting. Because of how fast track works, I don't really benefit from it. I forgot how exactly it works, but I remember someone explained it to chat and I was like, I don't do any of that stuff. So I was like, I don't really need to get fast track, and I never really got it. Now that it's been a while, I'm thinking about getting it. I keep forgetting I gotta download fast track. But yeah, I do need to get fast track. I know about how to mitigate lag, like as much as you can. You know, critter pathing, dupe pathing, don't get flying critters, vacuuming the maps, you know, all that helps. But yeah, I really should get fast track. I haven't played with it though. Someone told me that if you get fast track, you could play the game on the Ryzen series and uncover every planet and not lag. I haven't tested it, but you know, that's what I heard. Someone told that to me. I was like, really? That sounds insane if that's true. Because, you know, lag in this game, late game, it sucks. Weird things start to happen. Water bubbles start skipping a beat. Automation doesn't actually trigger. Once that starts happening, it kind of sucks. The thing that sucks is that when there's an update and fast track is down for a bit. Oh yeah. You could say that about any Oni mod though. That's like the biggest downfall of the mods right now. I also heard that when the DLCs are coming out, the mod makers are mad for the same reasoning. They're like, dude, another DLC? Oh my god, mod's broken. We gotta update this every 3 months. Get that. Get the dispenser. We do these two. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is low enough that I think it would be fine. So we could stop it right there, I guess. Alright, our Rex Ranch is gonna be cool. Wait, one of my Rexes is dead? Or did we never ranch this guy? Did we drop a Rex? I should have 3 Rex. Oh no, I do. They were literally perfectly on top of each other while moving. No way. Okay, all 3 of them are here. That juked me out for a second. Dude, look at all our lums now. Now that we're not eating them. 15 eggs plus, I don't even know how many are alive inside. 4. We're doing all right now, man. I guess we could still eat brisket. Wouldn't be bad. But it's pretty good right now, man. Pretty good. Trying to get this back online. We have a lot of metal, though. It's realistically just going to be making blast shots. We could bump this to a 7, I guess, so that people start working on it. Water here is almost used up. Our metal refinery setup is temporary, but it's working pretty well so far. We're able to dump the heat and warm up the cold biome. We're going to be getting suits to go outside soon, but my dudes are a little bit behind on the building tasks. The only thing I'm thinking about doing right now that might be nice is getting toilets. I wouldn't mind getting some toiletries done right now, I guess. I don't want to have a long toilet pipe, though. I don't want to move the bedroom either. We could move the bedroom down here and get the toilet sieve combo right here. But I feel like I need to let my dupes kind of just do their thing. They're behind on all the jobs right now. Building. I could reach this, right? I can. I feel like I should just leave them alone for a second. Another dump. Nice. 69.5. Dude, we're doing great. So the only thing we're really worried about right now is getting the blast shot on the inner cosmic. We could technically go outside and start doing telescope scanning. We're actually very prepared for that. Man, this is weird. Get more dupes so that we could build more stuff. That's weird because it's like you would want them for Carnivore then. And now that we're done with Carnivore, we're getting more dupes. That's so counterintuitive. I mean, I guess it works. Can't be mad. Yeah, we're pretty much just waiting for them. We're going to be getting more suits in time. We already got another 2 feathers. I'm probably going to slow down on making suits until we get more of this done. Oh, Xandroff doesn't do operating. Oh my god. That's why that's not being done. Xandroff, where'd you go, buddy? Oh, you was doing the research. Okay, that makes sense. Can we do this? Xandroff, where'd you go? You got the blue hair, man. Pea dirt on the sea comb. Operating double up arrow. I'd love to see somehow be inside your brain to see your thought process, because we seem to play very differently. Oh, I mean, 5,000 hours, right? You learn a lot of lessons. But at the same time, I don't think any of my playthroughs go past cycle 300, because I do everything by that time. I've gone to a point where I do everything that I want to do or said I was going to do by cycle 300, more or less. So it's very much like I'm doing things that are future-proofed, but at the same time, I might be skipping a lot of the other longevity things. Like, we will eventually get a food storage with an aqua tuner line and a cold liquid. Probably try to get, like, ethanol or something. But, yeah. And yeah, to me, this is just normal playthrough, man. I don't even know what I'm doing different, so to speak. Everything to me seems very straightforward in the thought process. This generates heat, dump the heat in a cold area. Instead of using a gas storage, just run a canister emptier and then slide out, slide left. I mean, left and right. And then you just get canisters of CO2. I also do that at the bottom of the map, so you don't have to do like extravagant pipelines. I have a drop lock right here so that we could breathe the polluted oxygen and then not have that mess with the CO2 from settling at the bottom. Oh, I wanted to drain this. Let that spill out. I also wanted to connect these guys. Maybe we do that first. And then we could drain the water to here. Is there anything that's weird that sticks out like a sore thumb, man? That you do or that I do differently? That you might be wondering why? Maybe there's a reasoning and I could just explain it. But yeah, man, I wouldn't know. Okay, we're pumping again. Nice. Water drips down to there. It's looking pretty good. Ice, ice, baby. Okay, so this is a hot spot. I'm gonna do a weird setup here. We are gonna be doing a weird setup. At a quick glance, base layout. Oh, yeah. I do the 4-tile setup, right? And then afterwards, I try to keep everything nearby. Because I'm going to be sleeping here, pooping here, eating here. You want those 3 things always next to each other because of how downtime works. You're going to be doing all 3. So it's like, if you travel far between those 3 rooms, it doesn't make sense. After that, it's just making use of whatever space you have, if temperature matters. My farming is over here, my ranching is over here, so that it's away from my heat generators, right? Smoker and the generators. They all generate heat. I have the weeds warts in the middle to try to stop that from getting over to here. And then you could see, like, all the heat's on the left side, all the plants are on the right side. Right? So it's, like, very minor stuff, but there is a little bit of thought that goes into it. Outside of that, I do build these floors because of the run speed bonus, right? That's another big thing. Regular tiles are better than the natural tiles because of that run speed bonus. And that also means moving left to right is also better than up and down in the beginning of the game. Once you get plastic ladders, that kind of mitigates. Oh, I don't have fire poles. I gotta get that in. We're gonna do right side fire poles. And then that way the infinite storage on this side makes sense. That way we could slide down and then use a dispenser or pick up an item. I forgot about the fire poles, man. There's also another thing I like to do. I separate my ladders, even though it's like around the same height right now. I stop my ladder that goes to space halfway, so that if I'm carrying an item up the ladder and it's end of schedule, it doesn't go to the bottom of the map. That's one thing I've always hated. So I always like to have a separation from my top ladders and my bottom ladder. I guess you could say that's why we have this right here as well, and we start a new ladder going down. It might seem like it doesn't make sense, but it actually does help out, because you can see that I'm piling up items here still. Happy Friday indeed, D-Mayor. I see you over there, man. How is the factories? Hope you're having good times with that, man. Have you expanded your train line now that it's working? It's still working, right? You probably added some more trains. Hopefully it didn't, you know, mess anything up. This is an idle job so that we can just sweep afterwards. Today was brutal. Yo, man, you have the weekends. So hopefully, you know, as the weekend comes and goes, it becomes less brutal. Yo, man, brutal times is tough times. Nice drip. Gonna be starting to melt soon. Good stuff. We could dig this so we have contact with the brine directly. And then I am considering to build a tile here so that we can melt this ice right there. We'll wait for this to get mined out first to see if this melts faster. We have more ice over here that we might want to melt. We could also just wait. This is really cold, right? And this is coming in at like 40 degrees. So it ends up getting pretty cold right here. 5. So we're pretty good. Oh, I should probably dig this up. 900 kgs, minus 10. Oh yeah, so this right here is going to be because this is getting warm. I am going to be getting the ice we got from the printing pod, not the brine ice. Right? And we're going to put that there. Temp shift plate made out of ice. This is the best spot cooling method in the game. If you ever have anything that's getting too hot and you need to immediately chill it down, this is going to be the best method, hands down, for immediate impacts and for band-aid fixes. Long term, doesn't really last that long. Just because, you know, it's water, 800 kilograms. It will be a nice impact immediately, and it will be there as long as you keep the water pooled up in the area. But it's not going to be a permanent solution, right? If you keep generating heat with a generator or a smoker building like this, it's going to eventually warm up again. But it is going to be really good for spot cooling inside of a Dreckle ranch, and, you know, the mealwood's getting too hot. If you have, you know, the smoker building next to your farms and your farms are getting too hot. Things like that. Cooling stuff down. Ooh, this is getting over 100, so I should mop this. So, we're at 36 degrees, 37 per tile, and then when we finish building this, it's going to immediately dump all the negative value of the ice onto the tiles. Since the tiles are connected, heat transfer is going to be a lot better. And then it melts. And now that it's melted, oh, there's carbon dioxide on both sides. Guys, have you guys ever seen Tensura reincarnated as a slime? He's entered our world, boys. He's here. I didn't know he weighed 800 kilograms, though. But he's a level 1 Rimuru. One of these days, he's going to get the essence of a dragon. And he's going to rule the world, man. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. I deconned a belt line and somehow forgot to rebuild it, and the line carried the packeted nitrogen gas. The result, hour later, I ran out of nitric acid and stopped turning turbo fuel into rocket fuel. And that wrecked the power. Oof. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. That happened to me, man. I forgot to plug in the power after I remade the concrete factory. So when I was laying down concrete yesterday, I used up all 2,000 in the dimension storage. And then I was like, dude, where's the concrete? How come it's not uploading? And I was like, oh, now I gotta wait. I can't build anymore. I gotta wait for the concrete to just like get built. Oh man, I didn't have enough power to restart it, and because my power systems relied on having a certain amount of power available, it took me hours to get the power restarted. Oof. Yeah, that's a thing. Yeah, I remember converting like a big fuel, like one of my main power sources to a different power source, and then having to jump start it was the worst. I feel you with that, man. I feel you with that. I remember we did something where we did biofuel generators just to the specific refinery to get power. And then we basically just made all the refineries back up with the fuel till it's like maxed out inside the refinery or the blender. And then we had to wait for that and then plug everything off. Dude, I remember that, man. The scariest thing too is afterwards. Every time you disconnected one of the biofuel gens, you get the brownout sound. Doo-doo. And you're like, oh, did we do it again? Start wondering yourself, oh man, we gotta start that over. That stuff, man. I feel you with that. Some merit to messing around with the priority power switches. That could be something to check out, man. From the awesome shop. How come we're not building this, man? I ended up burning leftover turbo fuel, so I had the power to start making rocket fuel again. Turbo fuel for rocket fuel. I'm not gonna lie, man. Satisfactory feels like the earlier in the game you could kind of make enough power to beat the game, the better. So that you never have to like transition again. Because transitioning from a power source to another power source sucks. Especially if you're using the same area, because you're like refining it, right? Still cool. Look at that. 6 degrees. Spread it out too. So you could see now the smokers are having a harder time heating up the area. Spot cooling with the ice is great. Now, of course, it's Relica. A lot of the stuff is kind of made for the warm. So there's not a lot of problems with that. I will probably want to do that here, though, just to cool down this area. For funsies, as the kids say. But we're probably still going to get toasty surroundings here. Otherwise, my ice is just going to be sitting there, and I don't want that. I kind of want the ice to be, like, used for something, but we have nothing to use it on. Maybe get some cooling right here, underneath the smokers. You have 20 priority power switches now. Basically, every micro base gets its own switch. Yeah, that way you could easily turn everything off, right? I feel you with that. There we go. We put ladders there so we walk across the top instead of dipping down into it. Over here to fight this, maybe? Wouldn't be bad. Yeah, realistically, I feel like we just need to take a dupe that has build skill. We are struggling to build out the map right now, man. I gotta give my dupes time to just build. We probably also will try to grab every Rex we can and move it to this area. This is already open from the bottom side. So maybe it's okay for us to go in through this way. Oh, it's open here too. Ha! We could literally just go through the bottom and try to grab this guy. The good news with that is that this is where my CO2 is anyways. So the chlorine that sits down or floats down to here wouldn't be that bad. I think I will do that, man. Want to go through this little pocket. You know what? My dupes are working too hard. I don't want to give them more jobs. We're not going to feed you, but we're also not going to eat you. Is that a fair deal, Mr. Lum? Is that a fair deal? We won't eat you, but we won't feed you. I don't know if that's fair. I hope it is. Actually, no meat. No tough meat. We'll take the mammoths here again. The meat and the tough meat should go to the Rexes, which is why I'm doing it like that. Very slowly turn everything back on, just in case. Just for the rocket fuel to fill up the fuel generator matrix. And I have 96 fuel gen. Dude, I have 111 turbo fuel power generators in my playthrough. That gives me 49 gigawatts. 49,000 megawatts. I had to build 111 of them. I feel you with that, man. All right. This is done. This is going to melt on its own just because I'm landing on this tile. That's 20 degrees. Yeah, we're probably fine. Let's dig this out so everything kind of just falls down. This got deconned, so we just get rid of this. Let all that fall down. Water is cold. It's because this solid mass is still at minus 20. So good. And it's gonna be time to celebrate, boys. Hear the kazoos. Do do do. Oh, one of the Rexes died. Feels bad. Nice. Good stuff, good stuff. We hit 100, boys. The dupes know what they gotta do. We're at 27 now. 69 more blast shots. We almost have oxygen coming up here. Oh, it's not connected? Oh, it's not actually connected. I thought we were not making oxygen or something. Everything's pretty good so far. 750 kgs H2. 18,000, 25,000. P water is great. We even have more down here if we really need to. We're gonna dig that out to drain this out. We might do it like this. And then we're gonna try to hope that the fish flops down here. And then if it doesn't, we'll climb up and free him. Oh no, but then he's gonna get eaten by this guy. Okay, maybe we hope that he stays up there on these two tiles. I mean, we don't really care if the Paku dies. We're not really gonna... Oh, we have two down here too. Just Paku, man. He's chilling. Temperature is great. Lums are hanging out. So we are about 30% of the way there, because with the 4, they're at 32. 32 out of 100. We have 100 cycles remaining. We got time, we got time. For now, food is balanced. We have extra lum food if we really need to. Temperature is more or less controlled. I guess I wouldn't mind some more of these temp shift plate pockets. Just to help out. Put one there. We could put one here for the memes. To kind of help out the kitchen area. Yeah, you can see this one is starting to be little bit warm already. Can't mop this up. I will have to try to mop it up though. Okay, no one here does build supply. Supplier that's building impaired. Feels bad. Take the rust. We still have water here for the overgrow nodes. Everything's fine, man. We really just have to wait for the dupes to catch up on the task that we've given them. That probably means they have a lot of tasks that never end. So I guess making the blast shots, grooming, ranching, running the wheels, refining metal, building the stuff is still not done. I guess fertilizing is another job. Man, I kind of wanted to get toilets done. Alright, we will do the water sieve setup here instead. That's fine. So, we're going to do a quick toilet setup. Dirty water out this way so that the pipeline hides in the doors properly. And then we want to refine that into regular water and then clean water. So bam, bam, and then we want to have that. What's on this power line? Suits. Okay, so it's realistically... Okay, it is a good amount of power though on that line. I don't want to run that off of a wheel. I guess you could argue this is never going to be on. And these at the same time. Gotta go. But I'll probably end up binging the VODs later. Yo man, check out the YouTube. All the historical runs on there from all 3 years. If you want to watch that. I'm going to be starting to do some edited runs too. That's going to be on YouTube. That's just going to be a lot of the fluff. Like me waiting for the dupes to build right now, cut out. So, yo man, maybe you could look forward to that. But for the most part, yo man, appreciate you for hanging out. Have a good one. Have a good Fridays. Have a great weekend. We will see you next time. Exclamation point Discord if you're not in there. Don't forget to drop a follow. There's a guy called Mimic. He was here all the time, but then he forgot to follow. So he's like, I don't even know what happens. So what it is that, you know, next time we go live, you'll know where to find me. Discord's going to have going live notifications, announcements, anything about our schedule, what we're doing. You'll find it on there. Not only that, we'll have a schedule for the week on Mondays of what we're going to be streaming, when we're going to be streaming. That way you have a better idea, right? But of course, have a great one. We'll see you next time. Be sure to stay safe out there, man. I like the edited stuff. Awesome, D-Mayor. Let me know, man. The feedbacks. Once we get to that. Wastewater is top right. So it's... Oops. Here. Right? So we're just going to build out the pipes first. And then clean water comes out this way. That way, the restrooms are going to be ready immediately. We will need a little bit of water to be added in. Which, I guess I don't mind. We do something like that. Then we'll just take this water or something and we'll mop it up, mop it in. Are we not able to reach this or something? No, we can reach everything. Man, this is... It is what it is, man. I want the ladder so that we could dig these tiles and go all the way down. Fresh 93. 62 grams. Is that a lot? They eat 500 grams a cycle. Oh, it's not a lot. They don't have enough for a meal. Feels bad. Oh, we're done with the metals? Because we have a lot more that we could probably soak up. I'm gonna do another 25. 33 blast shots. Nice. They did do that build I wanted them to do. So we'll get the coolant right there. Let me get an airflow here so that the CO2 doesn't accumulate, but we're going to remove this so the water spills out. Yeah, my dupes just need time right now. Feels bad. Feels bad, feels bad. We're doing great though, man. Nothing really problematic. We have stability. Oxygen is permanently solved, so it's just getting permanent food storage so we could amass food. After that, temperature is already controlled too, more or less. We really just need to get started on space. We won't be able to get food storage like a permanent version until we get plastic. We could get plastic pretty fast though. We are in a great position. I don't know what else we could do right now though. Everything seems more or less like we got it and it's done. We will be getting more suits. We will want to set this up for the Rex eggs. That way they don't get cramped. We will want to tame the saltwater geyser. And then I guess the next thing we would want to do is go to the second planet and start telescoping. I have to go to here though in order to send oxygen to the second planet. I will probably want to do that. That might be the next thing we might want to do. Try to get to here. Any way, shape, or form. Maybe we could deal with the pea water here. We could leave this as is, to be honest. Since this is all CO2, we could probably add a tile here. And then not think about the CO2 and just kind of move down the CO2 pump to the bottom and just dig through. Because we're pressurizing it, right? Keeping it at 2000 like this. This always floats to the bottom pretty consistently. Maybe we do need to just move that down, right? It's acting like a good CO2 sink, though. Any CO2 we generate here just falls down to here. Because of the pressure difference, 4K to the 400. Oh, this got done. Fish is up top too, nice. Probably mop this stuff. We want to mop up as much as we can so that when they walk on it, they don't get the chilly surroundings. We didn't get a single magma break. Talk about good luck, man. We do have a broken area here, though. I just realized that. But we already have 400 kilograms of enriched uranium. We only need about 50 to beat the game. And then if we invest in radiation research stuff, we can just centrifuge the rest. So we have more than enough already. So I don't really need to save the bees. But they look like they're going to be pretty stable for a while anyways. They might actually chill out the area. Not bad though, not bad. Alright, let's check out our blueprints, boys. Always lucky. 12. Okay. I don't think I have that. I have those. Man. Oh, I have those. I have those. This might be new. I have this design. I just don't know if I have this color. I have this one. Ooh. I actually might have this one. Purple gloves. Basic gloves. I have those, of course. No, more gloves. I have the retro flower pot. I actually have this as well. Okay. I'm never going to use this because it's an ice sculpture. Feels bad. But that's pretty cool. I'll take that. Feels bad. Most of the stuff was stuff I already have. Hate to see that kind of thing happen. Alright, alright. Oh, great. That got done. Still waiting on that. People of chat. I think this is going to be a great spot for us to wrap things up for tonight. So we're waiting on the blast shots to be crafted. We've got a lot of that done. We prepped up all the metal already for that already. We're going to be upgrading toilets. Carnivore is complete. And we're going to be making base upgrades. Not only that, we're going to get to space soon and start space scanning. But everything's looking great. CO2 is being dealt with. We have infinite tapped polluted water for the SPOM. SPOM's up and chilled. Everything is working really well. We have magma channels, but none of the magma channels has a break. We got betas uncovered. We are gonna want to go to the second planet then, most likely. And then, yeah, get the space, get that started so we can start doing the artifact hunting. Because we will be doing all printing pod objectives, right? So cosmic archaeology is going to be the biggest thing. Not only that, we're going to have to land on most of the planets to get the artifact that's on there. But I think we got this, boys. We will eventually get to 24 dupes. Psycho 200 is not that bad. But guys, this is going to be where we wrap things up for the night. So, hope you guys enjoyed today's stream. We hit a lot of the goals we set for ourselves today. And we look like we're kind of ahead. For the most part, though, yeah, my dupes just got to get working. So, let's get that saving.